The Locust Bride by Ellis Goodson. Chapter 1. Flames lit the night sky above the desert scrubland. Sparks, thick smoke and the charcoal smell of the engulfed prairie home filled the air. To a sensitive nose, the wood burn smell holds another pungency. The smell of burning human flesh. 9-year-old identical twins, Cain and Abel, run in barefoot panic. The murderer of the sprinting boy's parents closes in behind. He is a settler's nightmare, a giant Indian, armed with a tomahawk, red flesh painted head to toe with odd white glyphs that clearly extend beneath his loincloth. Abel said, "Head for the river. Indians can't swim." Cain screamed, "I can't neither." Abel looked over his shoulder and yelled, "I'll teach you." The towhead kids raced down the sage-bound game trail leading to the river. The savage followed, covering the same ground, but hopping, wasting motion, enjoying the pursuit. Abel panted, "I hear it. It is close enough that the rushing river filled the night with cool moisture and its hissing sound." Why, the scream froze the young hearts just expanded with hope of escape. Cain cried out, "He's catching up, Abel." Abel said, "We're going to make it, Cain." A tomahawk spun out of the dark. Cain looked back just as a whistling club glanced from his forehead. He fell face first with a thud. Abel screamed, "Cain!" yanking his dazed brother to his feet. Cain removed his hand from his white blonde hair and looked at the blood-filled palm. "He killed me, Abel." Abel scolded, "Your skin is all." Run. The middle of the swollen river glinted, moonlight bouncing off the swift current. Abel supported his bleeding brother under one arm, helping him run. The half-dressed boys splashed into cold, knee-deep water, Abel leading the way. Abel said, "Follow me in." Cain hesitated, lagging a step behind, touching his bloody forehead. The bloodthirsty Indian shot from the dark bank with an animal shriek, tackling Cain, causing both to disappear under a big splash. Abel stopped his push-off into the fast-moving water, his eyes going wide seeing the Indian surge up from the shallows. Brawny arms held tight around Cain's waist. Abel shouted, "Cain!" and jumped on the savage's back, yanking his long, braided hair. Cain, upside down, head underwater, twisted and found room to donkey kick the Indian's face. The terror-powered kick staggered the wild man into a backward stumble, ending in the gravel crunch thump of his ass hitting the bank. The boys hit the water together with twin amounts of manic energy. They don't see the Indian squeeze his injured lips, spit blood and smile. The boys made it to waist-deep water. "I'm off," Cain shouted in a terrified high pitch, the water pulling him from his feet. Abel sped through hysterical swimming instruction to Cain. "Don't breathe when you're under. Take a quick breath anytime you ain't." Cain went under, and stayed. Abel took a breath and stroked underwater to the dark, thrashing form of his brother. Abel fought off Cain's drowning struggle, gripped under his neck, and kicked for the surface. They burst up from the water. Cain gulped the wet air, and coughed. His panic drained away when he looked into Abel's worried eyes. He, Cain man, was by God, not going to cause his brother to drown. He was going to swim or float. Float was the most either could do, caught in the rush of the river's current. Abel shouted above the rushing water, "Gotta try to stop ourself on that big rock before we hit the falls." A wagon-sized boulder split the rapids, throwing turbulent waves to either side. They didn't get to pick which side of the rock to try climbing. The current chose a side closest to the opposite shore. The boys scrambled for handholds on the rock, Cain leading the way, hoping to end his nightmare swimming lesson. Abel slipped and yelped. Cain grabbed his hand and pulled him up toward his smooth perch. A veiny arm, covered in painted zigzags, reached in front of Cain and hoisted Abel up by his wet hair. Shocked, Cain's entire body jerked back, causing his foot to slip and start a swift, backward glide down the rock into the rapids. He shouted, Abel, as his neck and shoulders went under. his clawing fingers unable to slow his slide down the smooth, wet rock. Kane bobbed to the surface, already several feet away, his final image of his brother, stunned, captive under the big savage's foot. Before he sank, Kane croaked the last words he spoke to his 9-year-old twin. "I can't." Kane is swept under, seeing a water-distorted image of the Indian lifting his limp brother. A cloud of blood flowed from his forehead wound, erasing the wavering image. Chapter 2. Kane's nightmare-tormented head slipped below the water's surface. The tomahawk wound has been healed for 10 years. It showed as a red welt, brought into bright relief by the hotel's hot bath water. The dunking woke Kane from the dream with a violent, water-sloshing jerk. The vivid nightmare disintegrated as Kane mopped his face with a handful of soapy water, going wherever recurring nightmares go to regroup and organize for encores. Loitering and scar tissue different than that on his forehead. It's a nice hotel in the eyes of a 19-year-old with a limited notion of luxury. The clawfoot tub itself is an enamel extravagance. Kane blew water from his blonde mustache, drained his inch-long beard with a squeeze of his hand and groped into a pile of clothing on the chair next to the tub. He brought out his pocket watch and read it. He sighed. Uh-oh. It's early morning, but there are people on the dusty settlement street. Shops are opening or already open. Two men driving identical wagons wave hello as they draw abreast and pass in opposite directions. Taking it slow and relaxed. Staying in their ruts. Jouncing along. The sound of Kane's boots pounding on the raised boardwalk is the only hint of hurried business in the subdued atmosphere of this whistle-stop town. Kane wipes his hair and beard with a hotel towel. He leaves the soggy towel around a hitching post with a quick snap and quits the boardwalk for the dirt street. His run over the hard-packed dirt makes him think again of he and Abel's desperate flight 10 years ago. Every time he runs he thinks of his brother in that night. Just then a man's voice cried, "All aboard." Kane aimed his dash toward the black train, blowing its whistle and starting to move. Kane matches speed and swings onto the caboose's rear landing. A rigid figure already stands on it. Kane stands on the left side of the moving platform and appraises the man forming a barrier between him and his appointment in the train car. Kane guesses that the hard-angled fellow is a bodyguard for his potential client. The door to the caboose is close to the big man's right shoulder. Kane figures this one is big enough that he'll duck his head entering the rail car. Just this moment there is no sign he plans to move. Staring holes into Kane, the big man admonished, "You're late." Kane knows buffaloing. Young men get a lot of it in the Southwest in 1875. He replied, "You're ugly," scowling. The obstacle pointed a large finger at Kane's middle. "Let's have that gun belt." Kane pointed at his buckle with his left hand. His right hand poised over his pistol butt. This gun belt, their faces are relaxed. No give in the stare down from either. Playing a game of who's the one weak enough to think more words are necessary. The words breaking the silence come from a female voice speaking through the now open door of the rail car. "It's alright, Saul. Mr. Man comes highly recommended." Kane smiles. "You heard her, Saul. I'm the man." Chapter 3. The plush interior of the caboose is an agreeable setting to get acquainted with a young, rich, attractive woman interested in hiring you. But Kane doubts he is going to be hired. His prospective employer, Miss Chastity Dane, seems to misunderstand his skills. Chastity's hand touches newspaper clippings on the coffee table between them. The most prominent headline reads, "Staring Rescue by Kane Man." Chastity asked, "Is this so different than all these cases?" Kane pushed up out of his comfortable leather chair to stand. He swayed slightly to the train movement. Kane said, "Mom, Miss Dane, I don't track down rich gals that think they are Lily Langtry. I recover kids stolen from their family by Indians." Kane folded his arms. "You want me to be the Indian?" Chastity hands a locket to Kane. He unfolded his arms to take it. Chastity said, I don't want my sister abducted. I want her found and brought home. Kane looks at the serious young woman's face. Large, wide-set eyes framed by high cheekbones. A face too beautiful to be so serious. Kane wished she could find a use for him that didn't include this nonsense business. He looked at the locket in his hand and opened it. Inside there were 2 photos. Identical young women with high cheekbones face each other across the hinge of the open locket. An odd tune comes from the locket that fails to qualify as music to Kane's ears. He thinks it might mate up with some native sing-song chant. Kane looked thoughtful. You're twins. You called Grace your baby sister. Chastity sighed. Yes. I was born first. I was made the executor of the estate after father died. Kane grinned. Eyebrows raised. That have anything to do with Miss Grace Dane running off? Kane's expression says he can guess, but tell him anyway. Chastity touches her temple. We have a complicated relationship. She patted the hair behind her ear. I told her she had to join me, help me, be someone I could trust. Kane looks at Saul. The seated bodyguard is relaxed, resting his hand on a table next to a revolver. Kane smiles at Saul, looks back at Chastity. Kane asked, and she had her own ideas. Chastity touched her brow, eyes closed, signaling a sudden headache. Her expression changes from sad and weary to angry. Of course she had her own ideas. That's why I want her back. She is better at ideas. She looks at a photo. And I'm worried and I miss her. A tear rolled down her cheek. Kane pushed his hair back and scratched his head, uncomfortable with Chastity's sudden grief. Chastity handed a photo to Kane. It showed Grace Dane dressed in revealing clothes surrounded by a crowd of gaudily made up and similarly dressed people. Chastity explained the image. She sent me that to drive me mad. Kane looked at the photo. She looks like she's having fun. Kane flipped it over. There is writing on the back. He reads out loud. Since you chose not to finance my acting study, I have decided to learn from real actors. Kane popped the photo edge with a finger snap. Actors a dangerous bunch. The question upsets Chastity. They're not actors so much as beggars, going from frontier town to town. Chastity paused, gathered herself, working through her obvious anger at Kane's cavalier appraisal of the nightmare image. Saul inserted himself in the pause. I think Miss Dane would like you to be serious. Kane gave Saul a side eye. I can be serious. I don't think you want me serious. Chastity came back to business at hand. Please, Saul, sit still. Kane handed the photo back, amused by Chastity's discipline of Saul. He said alright. She continued her angry train of thought. Kane's easygoing response not registering. The trash in that photo say she left their group to join a medicine show. Chastity stopped as she realized Kane has agreed to take the job. Alright, you'll do it, Kane said. Why not? See what having money feels like. He held the locket up. Can I keep this? Chastity said. Yes, if you need it. He put the locket in his shirt pocket and put his hat on. You never know what you might need. Kane looked past Chastity, out the caboose window, thinking of sharing he was a twin. But when his gaze comes back inside it lands on Saul and instead he said, I want to meet your sister to see for myself how different twins can turn out. Chastity handed Kane a slender envelope of money. This is yours. The other half when you return, Grace. Kane looked at the currency in the envelope. It'll do. The train whistle blew. Chastity became officious. Talking to a new employee. We're coming to our layover stop. Do you want Saul to take you back in a carriage? Kane grinned at the new tone. No, Miss Dane. Got a boy rode up here with my horse yesterday. Buck will be all nice and rested. He put his hat on his head and said in mock seriousness, planning ahead. That's the man way. Kane shook Chastity's hand. Kane exited onto the caboose landing, followed by Saul. who apparently felt the need to see him off. He watched Kane study the speed of the ground as the train slowed. Saul raised his revolver halfway out of the holster, prepared for a sneak draw on Kane. First, he glanced into the caboose, wanting a private moment between him and Kane. Saul turned back to find the bore of Kane's revolver pointed at him. Saul fully holstered his gun and took his hand away from the butt. Kane holstered his gun hard and hopped off the platform backward, balance kept with a timed stride, his amused gaze on Saul. Kane spoke up to be heard over the slowing train. "See, I can be serious. Buy me a beer sometime, Saul." Chastity gazed from the caboose window as the train stopped, watching her newly hired detective walk away. His self-confidence made him very attractive. The way he had stood up to Saul, who was so tirelessly domineering. She pondered a wicked idea of what could happen between Grace and this handsome young man if he did manage to find her. She touched her hand to her hair and quit looking out the window as Saul re-entered the car. Chapter 4. The riding had been hard. The whole point of being in the saddle was to close distance. The quicker he could intersect the unnamed medicine show's likely route, the better. The hard drive early could save him days on horseback if he got lucky. A medicine show was unlikely to be growing roots. Grace Dane could further complicate his search by starting a new adventure that bounced her miles from the track he was pursuing. Best to catch her with the peddlers. The rolling hills had light stands of cottonwoods forming shady, barren patches in the expanse of sage ground cover. Nothing smelled like sage after a hot day going into the cool of the evening. A spice flavor that invited deep inhales. The sunset light was orange and fiery. Kane was pleased the fire in the sky did little to interfere with the cool breeze now soothing him and his horse. Buck. Poor old Buck. Doing all the work. He stood in the stirrups for a bit to relieve his sore ear. Kane isn't breaking trail at the moment. He is close enough to settlements that he can laze a bit and enjoy a cracked dirt road made by coaches and wagons. There's a sapling pole, plain to see, bark skinned off, held straight by a 3-foot cone of rocks at its base. Attached to the pole are 2 weathered planks with hard-to-read words painted on them. A lonesome signpost noting a fork in the road. Kane can't read the names yet. The name isn't as important as deciding which of 2 wagon-rutted roads to take. Both take westerly directions. Buck, what do you say? Kane rubbed the animal's neck. The horse snorted. If the music stops before we get to the sign, we'll go right. We go left if we're still playing a tune. How's that sound? Buck snorts. The locket tune continued just past the sign, and when it stopped an owl hooted its approval. Kane snapped the locket shut and reined Buck left. He looked back over his shoulder and read the town name. Locust. Chapter 5. At 3 a.m. a small earthquake rumbled. It intensified, rattling a painted window that read Locust Sheriff. Sheriff Macklin opened the front door and looked out. He doesn't notice the thin column of smoke curling up from the middle of the street. He drank the last of a tumbler of whiskey, wiped his mouth, turned back into the office and came back out holding a lever-action rifle instead of the whiskey glass. He looked left and right, looked straight and noticed the smoke. He grunted hard. Macklin raised his glance and saw a point of light wink in the dark, up the road outside town. He stepped off the boardwalk to street level. Macklin slowed, seeming to tire. A faraway look entered his eyes, and he stopped. The rifle barrel fell from his open left hand. His right hand still held a stock lightly, the rifle's main weight supported by its barrel with the bore in the dirt. Kane puffed a stubby cigar, lit with the match the sheriff had noticed. He was content. Smoking tobacco to celebrate coming into view of the town layout over the rise. Kane murmured his thoughts to Buck. I don't hear locusts. You hear any locusts? Buck. Kane continued talking to himself through Buck. I hear crickets. Course. I think locusts do all their ruckus in daylight. Foggy too. But sure ain't Frisco. Buck clopped along in silence. Fire smoke mixing with that fog maybe. Kane rode into the fog. Buck snorted his disapproval. Kane wrinkled his nose, snarling at the unpleasant odor. Hooey. Do provies explode. Buck Kane spotted the inert sheriff in the middle of the road. Hey there. Even in the fellow looked odd to Kane. Could he have been drunk enough to pass out standing? Sheriff Macklin swayed, hypnotized by the smoke seeping from the ground that separated the two men. Kane reined his horse over toward Macklin as he studied the smoke. He directed Buck wide of the denser parts of the mystery cloud. Kane asked, "What do you suppose causes this stink?" Buck reared and grunted. The ground rumbled and sank under the horse's hooves. Kane kicked Buck's flanks and both began to bound up an eroding hill, getting steeper by the moment. Kane leaned from his saddle and grabbed the back of the sheriff's shirt collar, snagging the load of squat, inert man at a bad angle. Kane manages several feet of awkward, strained to the limit hauling before the weight yanks him from the saddle. Buck burst out from under his rider, gaining extra speed, getting well clear of the disintegrating ground. Kane landed next to the sheriff. The impact snapped Macklin from his trance. There's now a deep, 30-foot wide hole in the ground. The two men sit perilously close to the edge of it. "Sheriff, what did you do?" The two stand, both backing from the edge. The sheriff gaping at the hole. A dense column of dust rises from it. Kane slapped dirt off his pants. "I saved your skin for you." Kane noticed the sheriff's badge and time to tone down his response. "Sheriff, just the man I want to talk to." Sheriff Macklin studied Kane. His gun, his clothes, his assured stance. He was taller than Macklin, probably 1 or 2 inches over 6 feet and lean as a starved dog. He guessed the blonde beard was grown to make him look older. A long-haired kid under his gray hat, dark shirt, darker vest, all going to a color match under trail dust, and the simple black holster and pistol butt looked anything but store-bought new. "You ain't from here." Hell number disturbing sounds. A choral arrangement of bass snorts and huffs came from the hole. Both men backed farther from the edge. Kane looked at the hole. "What the devil is?" The sheriff clubbed Kane with his rifle barrel. The young freebooter's vision blurred, focused weakly on the sheriff and his rifle. He touched his gun butt as Macklin added a slap with the rifle stock to the already wobbled youth. He collapsed loose and senseless to the ground. "Welcome to Locust, gunslinger." The sheriff jumped, turning to face the hole as the air throbbed with a deep moan. Macklin shook his head like a drunk before he vomits or blacks out. He stiffened and returned to his earlier trance. Chapter 6. An old skinny woman, thin white hair tied back in a bun, knocked twice, hard, on a door displaying the words Mayor Horatio Bond. She entered carrying a blue enamel coffee tray. Mayor Bond rubbed the side of his nose. A big man, dressed in a gray, finely tailored suit. A former business partner described him as a fat cock that loves pushing baby chicks out of the nest if and they come between him and more worms. "I need that coffee, Eunice. The sheriff just tried to poison me with some patent medicine." Sheriff Macklin is all business this morning. Close-set brown eyes darting from the old woman and Bond. No indication he spent an hour in a trance, drooling in front of Locust's new sensation. The alarming, apparently bottomless, sinkhole. Macklin frowned, impatient to return to his business with the mayor. Perched forward in his chair, he looked ready to pound the dark gloss of Mayor Bond's desk. Instead, Macklin reached across the polished wood and retrieved a pint bottle. The sheriff said, "That's a sample. There's a wagon load on its way." Mayor Bond smiled at Eunice as she poured his coffee. "It packs a kick with a kickback." Looking across at the sheriff. "To the city treasury, of course." Eunice finished pouring the coffee and turned to leave. Bond said, "Thank you, Eunice." Eunice turned, speaking in the loud voice of a deaf person. "I'll be dusting. It needs it." Eunice left the room with her usual slammed door concussion. Macklin snorted, I like how you pretend that old hawk can hear you. She needs to be put down. The mayor is annoyed by the rude comment but hides it, holding up and reading from a sheet of paper. He said, I wish you'd pretend to be an elected official with a constituency. The sheriff points at the paper in Mayor Bond's hand. Bull. I'm here for just the sort of trouble that paper means to our standing in this town. The mayor studied the document. The cursive writing on an expensive and thick weight bond. He said, itching the side of his nose, I've never seen a territory authorization for an investigator. But apparently governors sign them. The sheriff said, just above murmur. A smart little shooter that investigates things. The mayor looked thoughtful. I've never done well with investigators. I'd really like to see him elsewhere than our little hamlet. The mayor scratches again. This time his neck. Like the document gives him an itch. The mayor looked up. His eyes settling on the ceiling molding as a focal point as he chewed the decision. I doubt if he is a likely champion of the common good. The mayor stood and walked over to his street-facing window. He estimated 10 to 15 people milling around, looking at the hole. The sheriff got up and joined the mayor at the window, saying, I got it rigged where I'll see this young Kane on his way, with not a worry in the world. The sheriff pointed out the window, in front of everyone down there, witnessing it. The mayor again set his face to hide his annoyance from Macklin. You could have done that last night. You wanted showy instead. I didn't know who he was then, and besides. The sheriff smiled and scratched his stubble-covered neck. I always like your vote on this sort of thing. Mayor Bond sat down, tossed Kane's document on his desk and picked up his coffee cup. Let's hear what you have in mind. Chapter 7. There they come. The crowd was thickest in front of Town Hall. One reason for the bunching was the loss of all the standing room to the large, round pond of void in the middle of Main Street. After a cautious look over the edge, no one was tempted to go for a dip. The sheriff walked through the door first, scowling at as many faces as he could manage before the mayor stepped in front of him with his right arm raised. He dropped the arm and instead of speaking stepped down the stairs to the street and started walking through the crowd. The crowd followed the town leader's crooked walk across Main Street to the jail, giving a wide berth to the hole. Mayor Bond trotted out a bit of jocularity he had dreamed up. Anyone jump that yet? Hell, my ass are the loudest reactions from the crowd. This gathering most want information, not a slick massage by their mayor. Shouted questions replaced the joke exclamations. Who did this? What are you gonna do? Bond, is it gonna get bigger? Mayor Bond stopped halfway across the square, held both hands high, and raised his voice. Maybe this fellow we got locked up can explain this. Don't count on it. The sheriff here says he looks like a bad one. The sheriff and mayor assumed walking toward the jail. The crowd fell in step, forming an arrowhead shape, the two conspirators forming its point. Chapter 8. Nothing smells like a jail cell overdue for mopping. Kane knew where he was without opening his eyes. He swung his feet down from the hard cot to sit up, eyes closed, feeling his bruised head. He opened his eyes and looked straight ahead, rubbing his temples before he tried turning his head. Kane muttered, "Okay, Indian fighter," and stood, turned to take a half step and gripped the cell bars to steady himself. Commotion increased outside the jail, voices increasing in volume, approaching and standing, before Kane heard the front door open and close. He casually leaned against the wall by the cot, listening to two pairs of boots clump toward him. The mayor and sheriff entered the area of the two cells. They exchanged looks. Kane leaned against the wall, arms crossed, waiting for them to speak first, always ready to spout a word or two. The mayor went first. "Don't you want to say anything, Kane?" His eyebrows raised, asked. "When's dinner?" Macklin commented in a low tone. "He's a cool one, ain't he?" The mayor ignored the sheriff's comment. "I'm the mayor here, Mayor Horatio Bond. What I say goes in this town. Am I important enough to talk to Kane? Pushed off the wall and turned to face the mayor. You've picked my pockets. Looked at my goods. You know who I am. What was in your pockets told me a little. What are you here for? Kane rubbed the back of his head, giving the sheriff a quick look. I was planning on taking in a show. The sheriff informed Kane. You'll be putting on any show this town has. Kane looked at Macklin for a cool second and returned his eye contact to the mayor. I heard different. I heard there was a fine troupe of actors made their way here, selling more tickets than Lily Langtry. The sheriff and mayor looked at each other, amused at the rube, expecting big city entertainment in a plain community like Locust. The mayor answered, well, you got bad information about that. Locust hasn't rated a traveling show of any kind since I'm mayor. Then I just ran out of reasons to be in Locust. Kane reached out to grip the bars and jerked his upper body to shake them. They are solid and unmoving. I'll be on my way as soon as we work out how long I got to be behind these. The mayor said if you're leaving town I'll let you out right now. Would that suit you? To the ground. Bond clapped his hands. Let him out, Sheriff Macklin. Let's walk him over to his horse. Macklin grinned and jangled the keys, drawing his revolver, motioning to Kane with the barrel to step back. Kane moved away a couple of steps and crossed his arms. The key turned in the lock. Chapter 9. A couple of men try to see in the jail window. Another 25 folk mill about between the hole and the jail. 5 are male children drawn to the lip of the hole in pairs and singly before being shouted away with threats of fierce whippings to come. What's in the hole and what's in their jail? That's the friction engine churning the crowd into restless motion. The mayor sowed the idea that the two are related. The crowd agitation hints at a brewing mob mentality. Settler pride wanting blame placed for their town square's ruin. Someone confidently shared with everyone in earshot. Heard this guy knew about it before it happened. That tells you something right there. Bill Sawdill, town bully, is a big, dark fellow stooped under a yellow straw hat. His faded overalls spiffed up by being worn below a threadbare sport coat. Never without the bullwhip coiled around his right shoulder. Sawdill flipped the coil out with practiced smoothness to give the whip a flip and crack. I'll give him some licks with this and see if he wants to talk to us. Someone said. There he comes. Bill Sawdill turned to look. His face lit with a predator glee. The jail's door opened. 2 men peeking in the window hopped off the walk and back to street level. The mayor, Kane and sheriff stepped through the door in sequence. Macklin's drawn gun at Kane's back. The mayor held a finger up and glanced back, saying, the two of you wait here a bit. He stepped up to the walk's edge and raised his hands for attention, using a hitching post as a lectern. Mayor Bond used his well-marbled diaphragm to bring his volume up to oratory level for the crowd. Our gunslinger here says he has seen this sort of thing before. The mob babbled in reaction to the lie. Kane could hear. How about that? See? It ain't no accident. Kane made sure his voice was loud enough to hear when he scoffed. Bull. The sheriff prodded Kane in the back hard with his revolver, causing him to stumble forward. Kane recovered, straightened, and scratched his beard. The mayor, hands up, ignored Kane and the sheriff, growing excited and louder to say, the sheriff may have been lucky to catch him when he did. The whole town might have been swallowed up. A horrified female voice carried over the low babble. Oh my. The whole town. Kane looked down at the walk, looks up at the sky, scans the crowd and shakes his head. This bit of insolence doesn't cost him another painful poke from Macklin. The crowd's unblinking eyes are locked on the young stranger and the look is unanimously hostile. The mayor shared more relevant insider knowledge, starting low and bellowing the last. And you folks that know your Bible, this dangerous looking fellow goes by the name Cain, Mark of Cain, the devil's work. These comments told Kane these folks did read their Bible, or at least knew the broad details from sermons. Mayor Bon indicated the hole with an extended open hand. I asked him about this calamity and why he was here. He half turned to look back at Kane before turning back to the crowd, and he says he came because he heard Lily Langtry was in town. The crowd barks laughter and loud mocking comments. Lily Langtry, I've heard it all now. The mayor used both hands to pat the air down in front of him, quieting the hilarity. Now he says he just wants to leave. Clear out. Vamoose Bill Sordell picked this moment to crack the bullwhip over the crowd. Let me stripe him up. The sheriff has a short fuse when it comes to his fellow bully. Sordell, you coil that damn whip or I'll knock your ears. The distraction annoys the mayor, but he soldiered on, continuing with broad actions the back row could see, shaking his head in concern and gesturing at the hole. I don't know what to call this. Kane speaks up loud, stepping on the mayor's dramatic rhythm. If you want something to call it, name it after my horse. He found it. The townfolk turn puzzled looks at Kane. Some laugh. The sheriff kicks Kane off the sidewalk down to crowd level. Let's cut the bullshit. Bond. Kane caught his balance in a couple of quick, bent over steps and straightened. The crowd parted in front of him. He sees his horse, Buck, staked out close to the hole. Kane controlled his anger and said, why is my horse so close to that hole? He don't like it. Behind Kane, Macklin said, why don't you move him then? Still snug behind the hitching post lectern of his sidewalk stage, Mayor Bond called, yes, Kane, leave right now, and take your bad luck crazy with you. Kane studied Buck, noticing then his gun belt wound about the saddle horn. He sees it all, like something he witnessed in the past. Crazy cowboy shot by the sheriff as he buckled on his guns, going for a sneak quick draw. Hell, he thought, Macklin might plan to shoot him when he touched his saddle. The sheriff dropped off the boardwalk from behind and kicked out at Kane's rear end. Get, he snarled, wanting it all in motion and done with. Kane dodged the kick and moseyed toward Buck, going along as though it was such a nice day. Why hurry? The sheriff fired his pistol next to Kane's foot, the hard dry ground erupting into a cloud of dirt. Quit your loafing. Get on out of here. The pistol shot spooked the crowd. The Locust citizenry danced yards clear of Macklin's line of fire. Kane has plenty of elbow room as a result. The sheriff and his gun are the only things crowding him. Kane bobbed left to dodge a flung rock. The miss flew into the crowd, causing someone to yelp and curse. The sheriff shouted, if I get hit by a rock I'm throwing someone in that hole. Kane noticed Bill Sordell glaring at him. In response, the hard young man grinned and aimed a big kiss and wink at the town tough. Sordell is slapped silly by the insult, his face snapping into an angry, confused expression. Kane is just arm's reach from his horse when Bill Sordell decided to charge out of the crowd, swinging the whip over his head, yelling, here's something to remember, Locust by the sheriff cried. Sordell, you ass. Kane sprung, a blur, into Sordell's charge, kicking the big man a hard stopper in the chest and wresting the whip from his broken grip. He used the same lightning reflexes to spin, whip a lash around the sheriff's revolver, and yank it from Macklin's hand. Kane grabbed the spinning revolvers but out of the air, crouched and fanned 5 quick shots at the sheriff's feet, causing him to hop and jerk like a puppet. The crowd is frozen, stunned at the blazing speed and accuracy of Kane's shooting. Someone moaned an involuntary hooey. Kane pulled his own gun belt from the saddle horn, letting it uncurl from a grip on his holstered gun. He tossed the sheriff's empty pistol backward, high over his shoulder into the hole, freeing his hands to buckle his own weapon on. A couple of 10-year-old boys ran to the edge to watch the gun fall. The blonde one said, I didn't hear it hit. The ginger kid gives the blonde child a playful, but scary push toward the hole and said, careful. The blonde's face twisted in anger as he ran after the redhead to retaliate. Kane wrapped the bullwhip loosely around the saddle horn. A rueful frown etched Kane's face as he opened the cylinder on his revolver. It was unloaded. Not surprising. With practiced speed he shucked in cartridges, spinning and counter-spinning the pistol by the trigger guard before thrusting it into the holster and patting it. Kane smiled at the fuming sheriff and said, "That's more like it." Kane looked up. Mayor Horatio. Hearing the dangerous youth use his name, the mayor contemplated the distance necessary for a jump into the street for useful human cover. Kane asked loud enough to be heard by Bond, "Think I'll be able to leave Locust with the goods I brought with me?" Bond waves acknowledgement to Kane. "I'll see to it." The crowd still has a hostile edge. Kane is tough and confident, but he's a stranger. He scans the less than loving faces, turns away toward Buck, and has his attention snagged by the start of Roughhouse about to turn deadly. The blonde 10-year-old is intent on revenge for the terror he suffered and wants the ledger balanced. It has been an intense back and forth of shoving, pulling and tripping between the two, and now their positions are just right for the Fairchild's vengeance. The blonde kid's hard shove caught the redhead mid-dodging evasion. His red hair flew back out of his wide eyes as he plopped in an awkward foot tangle straight to his ass. He pitched backward on the hole's lip, clutching at the edge. The horrified blonde kid, open-mouthed, jumped back from the accidental finality of their scuffle. The redhead screamed. Mom from the crowd's edge, a woman screamed. Sammy, as his mind formed the image of the child pitching backward. Kane ripped the whip from his saddle and leapt into a horizontal dive to extend its reach. His arm lashed the leather into a blur at the disappearing child. The whip snaked around the falling boy's ankle and snapped taut, catching his weight as Sammy fell out of sight into the hole. Kane used his free hand to push his chest off the ground and jump to his feet. He kept the whip taut with the hurried action of hand-over-hand pulls taking him to the hole's edge. Kane hauled the stunt child high enough to grab his overalls and toss him back onto the street. Sammy, frozen with shock, is mobbed by his mother and a tight circle of other folk. There was no hostility in the backslaps Kane now gets from the Locust menfolk. He smiled, nodded at people praising him, saying to him, "Thank the Lord. That was something. You did good." The sheriff sulked. When he saw Kane look his way, he pointed at Kane, his finger aiming like a gun. He said, "Good news. I'll be carrying a rifle until I replace that pistol." Kane takes the threat seriously, but he says, "That would be your clubbing rifle? I don't plan on being around long enough to feel sorry for you. But you get to cozy around here and I'll take it you want your carcass thrown in that hole." Kane isn't being paid to stand in the street and trade threats with Macklin. If the man steps off and comes at him, things will sort out. You come by when you decide to toss me in the hole. I'll be tending to my horse. Kane coiled the whip and put it on, bandolier fashion, across his chest. He thought, smiling sure makes these people's faces easier to look at. This crowd is his now. Nodding and smiling, accepting Locust's new unofficial top dog. Sam, a rusty-haired man with a rich red mustache, pushed through the crowd to speak to Kane. "I own the saloon here. Come over and I'll set you up. Whatever you want. Once you're done with the horse." Name's Sam. Kane gave Sam a mild suspicious look. "I'd be a little Mickey shy in this town. That boy you fished out is my brother John's kid." Kane patted Sam's arm. "I'll let you buy around, I guess. Be seeing you. Come on, Buck." Kane looked back over the top of the crowd. The sheriff had stepped up alongside the mayor. Macklin stared a mean set of daggers at anyone that angered him, and he was definitely angry at his former prisoner. Kane turned away, walking and talking to Buck. "I guess we're heroes. The bad guys hate us." The sheriff looked at the mayor, done glaring at Kane. "There goes a dead man." Mayor Bond still had a few butterflies fluttering around his heart when he said, in what he hoped was a forceful voice, "Forget it, Macklin, you got plenty of fish frying with this damn whole business. Get something built around that before I start losing votes." Macklin was immune to forcefulness coming from his mayor. "You forget it, Bond. Any tit sucker dumb enough to fall in that hole is too dumb to vote. He massaged the whip weld pain starting to deepen on the back of his gun hand. Old bullwhip then needs someone to teach him a lesson before he skips. The sheriff jumped, startled by an ugly grunt that echoed up out of the hole. Macklin gazed at the hole and asked in a withdrawn voice, "What do you think is down there?" His mouth remained slightly open, his normally hard-set jaw slack in meditation. The mayor enjoyed seeing the enforcement arm of Locust in his present timid state. He answered Macklin's down there question with, "Your gun for sure." Bond chuckled at his joke, turned around with a small wave and started the walk back to his own sitter hole chamber. The joke set Macklin's jaw in tight lines again. He took one last thoughtful look at the hole, spit into the street and turned to enter his office. Chapter 10. It's afternoon and Buck has been unsaddled, brushed, and fed. His horse inherited an ample stall with a rich smell of past horses before Kane felt free to leave the stable. Kane entered Sam's saloon, Sam's by name, and stopped just inside to study his reflection. "I think that is the biggest mirror I have ever seen." Kane doffed his hat, straightened himself, finger combing his hair, gave his shirt a tug or two and looked at the man that promised him anything he wanted. Sam smiled somewhere under the red mustache. "I'd be proud of it, but it's just something else to worry about." Kane said, "Some drunk breaking it." Sam agreed. "Yep. Something will break it someday." Sam shrugged. "Maybe I'll be dead by then. That's my goal anyway." "What are you drinking?" Sam indicated a chalked up menu on a blackboard over the mirror. Kane looks up, musing. "Why? Thank you for assuming I can read." He studies the menu. "Let's try a beer. I got two. This is the one I'm known for." Sam poured a beer. "I got the recipe from a brewmaster that came through here. Headed for Mexico for some reason. Mexicans will drink beer. They'll cut your throat too. For less dear than this fellow was toting south." Kane held up the beer and takes a suspicious look at it. Kane swirled the beer a bit. "Kinda cloudy. Just beer. That's all." Kane winked at Sam and said, "I trust you. If you Mickey'd a customer, he'd come back and break a mirror." Kane drank some beer and made a face. "Damn. Cal, Locust's resident barfly, introduced himself by commenting, 'Oh hell, you're just a couple of slugs away from that becoming your favorite beer.'" A pair of ranchers at their end of the bar laugh. Cal gave them a joke teller's appreciative glance before looking back at Kane. Kane looked at Cal and said, "Let's see about that claim." He took a gulp and then another. "It's getting smoother," Cal said. "Yeah, good ain't it?" Kane looks at Cal and the others. "I'm done insulting your beer. That first taste I was going to ask if you were sure that fellow made beer." The tarantulas nod and smile. Cal chuckles a bit and Sam raises his eyebrows to show he appreciates the small praise. Cal decided to make a serious point. "Young fellow, you watch that Sheriff Macklin. He'll want to even things up." Kane looked at Sam and then at Cal. "He's not arresting me. He's had all the slack I'm giving him there." Kane slapped his holster. "I'm just almost a lawman myself. And they know it." Cal smiled and nodded, holding his beer up in salute. "That's right. That's right." Kane smiled mischief at Cal. "But I plan on slipping out in a couple of hours. Put Locust Hole behind me." Sam pretends offense at misnaming his town. "Locust, not Locust Hole. You're a smart one, aren't you?" Kane said. "I can read. Some would say that makes me smart." Cal laughed, started to sip his beer and froze with the glass raised. Kane sipped his own beer, aware things are not right behind him. He watched Sam stiffen and set a just polished glass down with slow deliberation. Kane looked up at the mirror. The sheriff stood framed in the doorway with a familiar lever-action rifle pointed at his back. Kane spoke to the mirror image. "You aim to backshoot me?" Sheriff Macklin's half-lidded eyes looked into Kane's reflected face. "Might have to." Center shot. Think you'll like a lungful of that. Kane doesn't turn. He can smell the fear funk coming from Cal. Sam's aftershave is now a taste in Kane's mouth as his senses climb high in reaction to the death threat. He said, "Let me get out of line of this man's mirror." He's proud of it. Kane moved, sliding slow along the bar. His hands rested wide on the smooth countertop. Back to the sheriff. Sheriff Macklin chuckled low, enjoying the power of the drop. Sam spoke up, dread chilling his voice into a high key. "Sheriff, you can't shoot this young man in the back." "Hell, I can't. I say, who needs shooting, and this smartass needs shooting." A piercing trumpet fanfare and loud shouts come from outside. An adamant voice from the boardwalk outside the bar demanded, "Look at that." The sheriff reacted and shifted his attention a split second away from Kane. He flinched at the sound of a cocked gun hammer. Kane now faced Macklin, revolver drawn, arm extended with a dead aim at his angry face. Kane said, bland as a corn husk, "Set that rifle down or this 44 kicks your teeth in." The sheriff looked at the black bore of Kane's pistol, clenched his teeth like a sudden jarring could cause him to explode. Another loud trumpet fanfare supplied the jarring. Macklin fired his rifle. The mirror cracked and the back of his head spouted gore in an explosive tie. Flung out by the lethal shot's impact, Macklin leapt out the saloon doors, hitting the street like a sack of mud. Flat on his back, the rifle landed with a hard crack across his unfeeling shin bones. Kane cursed. "Damn stupid." The cracked mirror crashed down in an enveloping clatter of busted glass. Sam had his eyes closed as the last of the glass fell to the counter and onto the floor. He laced his hands in front of his belly, took a deep breath and opened his eyes to see Kane looking at him, waiting to speak. "I guess I jinxed you," Sam muttered back. "Oh hell. Who cares? Lose a mirror. Get a new sheriff. I think there's a good chance you'll do better." Kane holstered his gun, picked his beer up, but set it back down soberly and said to no one in particular, "I guess I'll leave now. Think Mayor Bond can interest a posse in me?" Cal tore his wide-eyed scrutiny from the swinging saloon doors just coming to rest. Like he expected the sheriff to reappear as quickly as he had disappeared. He looked at Kane and said, "Why, most of the talk in this saloon was about getting shed of Macklin." Cal invited the ranchers to back him up. "Ain't that right?" The two men at the end of the bar still had a lot of excited blood being pumped through them as they confirmed that's right. "Fair fight. Stick around." Kane nodded at the men and said, "Good to hear all that. Still leaving?" Kane studied the framed void where the mirror used to be. "Sorry about your mirror." The babble of a growing crowd made noise out in the street. None of it neared the corpse laying in front of Sam's. Kane wondered what draws people's attention more than a dead man in the street. He clearly heard that earlier voice repeat itself. "Would you look at that? I want to know who's playing that trumpet." Kane said, "I owe him more than that mirror cost." Kane started to drop some money on the bar. Sam said, speaking like a parent sending a child off to school instead of to a man capable of hair trigger killing, "Keep that. Give it to your wild card. Yeah, let's have a look at our musician." Kane tipped his hat at Sam and walked through the swinging doors. Chapter 11. Kane stepped onto the walk in front of the bar and shook his head, scowling at the sheriff's corpse. "I guess you have to point a gun at someone to hold their attention, Macklin." He looked up and his face softened in surprise. "She's 30 yards distant. Too far to be certain that Grace Dane has smiled directly at him." It certainly felt that way. Kane stretched his face with an outsized smile as Grace blew the trumpet fanfare again. She stood on top of a giant circus wagon that is double the size of a stagecoach. Its signage covered. The topmost, largest sign obscured her fishnet-stoking ankles. It read, "McAvee's Medicinal Mist Miracle." A lower stage thrusts from the wagon side, a sturdy platform hinged to close up for wagon motion. Drop down for performance. "Pardon me, Macklin." I just forgot all about you. Kane walked toward the medicine show wagon, taking up most of the remaining road in front of Locust's town hall. A bald man dressed in black stepped out of Kane's path, the only person apparently not interested in the medicine show. The vulture appearance of the man is magnified as he smiles down at the corpse in the street. This is obviously his business. The coach top works as a sturdy stage and offers a great vantage for admiring Grace, dressed in her silky pleated shorts, top hat and black fishnet stockings. She blew a jazzy bit on the trumpet, dancing, spinning, high-kicking. Kane marveled. I bet Miss Chastity can't do those high kicks. Grace tap danced to a center stage brazier, stopped, swayed from head to toe as she blew the trumpet, left, right, and erected a final sustained note at the brazier. The brazier detonated with a boom and out shot a mushroom of yellow flame under a black plume of smoke. Grace jumped back in mock horror. The crowd is startled into delighted whoops. Kane joins in with the crowd, hand clapping and whistling. He is thrilled beyond any memory of prior thrill. Here she is. It feels like Grace has come to just him, looking like a dream version of the woman he had imagined, and saving his life in the bargain. Kane doesn't have room for all the present joy that seems to fill his young heart. It escapes as a loud whoop. Grace looks down at him and seems to direct her bow straight to him. Kane grins and feels close to exploding. Extra smoke boiled up from hidden spots somewhere at the edges of her stage, rising thick enough to obscure Grace. Below, doors flew open with a loud crash in the middle of the wagon as a well-dressed hunchback leapt out on the lower stage. A woman screamed. Others laughed and cursed at the bent man's jump scare materialization. The hunchback is gaunt, achieving a devilish aspect with his black brows and goatee. Dressed in a tight-fitting black suit and black top hat, he struck a gong with his black, white-tipped cane, causing people to flinch at the piercing vibration. A magnified echo rose back from the hole. The hunchback spoke. People of Locust, Dr. Basil McAvee at your service. Dr. Basil McAvee appears bald, clean sidewall skin showing under his hat. He gripped the top hat's brim, doffing it with a low bow and a head shake that sent shoulder-length white hair loose over his humped back. With that transformation he stepped to the far edge of the stage thrust. Dr. McAvee said, "Ain't she sweet? Give her a big hand. Our special guest star, the lovely Grace Dane." All the way from Boston the crowd looks back to the top of the wagon as Grace swirls a red-lined cape to settle onto her shoulders as a silky black wrap, hiding most of her distracting allure from the male admirers. Again, she seemed to look directly at Kane. He looked back, clapping, smiling, excited to think of a future where he's close enough to introduce. Dr. McAvee directed a command up toward Grace. "Reveal to these courageous frontiersmen the miracle we propose today, darling Grace." Grace pushed aside a stage flat, revealing a bent-over form, unsteady and weaving, wrapped top to bottom in a coarse woven blanket. Dr. Basil McAvee poked his cane back at the mystery figure as he faced the crowd and explained, "We come upon this old Indian left on the side of the road by his tribe. Too old to be any use to anyone." The spectators laughed, making a few coarse Indian comments. "Indians never have been any use, should have left him." Kane looks about, matching face to comment, and judges the town's intelligence as below average. But he knew that, just people, the same everywhere. He looked back as the natty hunchback center stage spoke. "Lovely Grace, have you a bottle of McAvee's medicinal mist?" "Yes, Dr. M. Persuade the ancient heathen to sample its miraculous curative properties." Grace probed the inert form, lifting up the blanket and peeking under the folds. "He may be dead, Dr. M." Oh, Grace jumped back with a cry as a rude, dark-skinned hand ripped away the bottle, vanishing with it under the blanket. The crowd sent appreciative laughs at Grace's surprised performance. The hunchback tapped the cane on the stage, looked out over the crowd, asking in a lofty voice, "Is he drinking McAfee's?" Miss Grace held her hands up close to her face, sharing a wide-eyed, alarmed look with the audience. "Yes, it sounds like he is drinking it all." Dr. McAfee spun to look up to the top of the wagon, waving the cane high over his head. "That's too much for that frail old man." He pivoted back to explain to the audience, "I'd better get up there." The hunchback spider climbed up a sturdy bit of display shelving, bottles clinking to the stage as his hands and feet displaced them to bear his weight. Grace quit the top platform by leaping backward, her black silk cape flying high to reveal her pleasing shape. Kane and the crowd are enough alarmed by Grace's backward fall that a loud "oh" went up in a harmony of voices. Kane isn't sure, but he might have helped with that "oh." Halfway down, Grace's cape dropped back onto her, turning into a snug fit as a planted toe pushed her away from the wagon. With a mid-air turn swirling the cape, she landed facing the crowd, barely bending at the knees. Grace's arms spread wide, one hand discarding the rope used to control her descent. Kane felt it and said, "Tada!" A radiant smile and erect look rewarded him. The hunchback got both feet planted on the top of the stage as the blanket-covered figure, writhing and spinning, blundered into the brazier and caught fire. Yells and a scream or two went up reacting to the blazing blankets while circling atop the wagon. The blanket is flung aside in a shower of flaming tatters, trailing smoke as it is thrown down to the lower stage. An Indian savage explodes into view, his powerful figure semi-nude, holding a flaming tomahawk in his hand. The Indian leaned in and spit a mouthful of kerosene at the tomahawk, causing a long tongue of fire to ignite over the head of the crowd. With his next breath came a war whoop as he caromed with savage hoopla from one side of the stage to the other, knocking Dr. McAfee aside as the hunchback chased the maddened Indian in a futile attempt to restrain his mayhem. The sight of the Indian savage displaced Kane's merriment with a rapid rush of fear and hate. This was a dead ringer for the monster that chased him and Abel 10 years ago. It takes a real measure of self-control not to fire a snapshot at the wild man, he thinks. God. For a gun that night, with a crooked staff. Grace calmly hooked the flaming blanket into a sooty bucket and dropped its heavy lid. The act on the top of the stage climaxed as Dr. McAfee broke a bottle over the Indian's head. The blow to the skull caused the red man to stiffen to his full tiptoe height and fall, hard muscles rigid, out of sight behind the stage flat. The comical action got nervous laughs. The Indian will never make a comedian. His mad presence evoked a survival challenge hard to replace with laughter. The hunchback nimbly duplicated Grace's rappel descent with the rope. The crowd applauded. Kane thought, if you can do it, I can do it. As to how Grace likely approached learning the skill, he's sure of it. Dr. McAfee pointed a finger over his head and wagged it. Please, ladies and gentlemen, if you buy McAfee's medicinal mist, follow the dosage recommendations on the beautiful ornamental label. No more than a teaspoon per 5 stone. He turned and, while still projecting, used a deep and low tone to ask, "Lovely Grace, would you mind if I play the soloist?" Grace gave a crisp bow to the hunchback. Not at all, Dr. M. Grace disappeared from view as white, perfumed smoke steamed up at her feet. The crowd clapped to let her know she would be missed. Kane has no interest in patent medicine. I found you. Hate to lose you in a cloud of smoke. Dr. Basil McAfee gets down to business, beginning a serious sales pitch. Grace will return later this evening, but right now I have an offer that I can only make because the Far Eastern factory that makes this elixir overextended themselves. Kane went back of the coach as quick as he could without breaking into a run. A female figure in a hooded robe is growing her head start with a long stride. He hurried after her. Grace turned, smiled, and darted into the hotel's entrance. Kane slowed in reaction to Grace's full turn. Self-conscious, his walking speed matched a tackler readying a leap. It would be dumb to intimidate Grace. He wants her to like him. Kane paused where Grace had turned. Sandalwood perfume lingered in the air. He opened his nostrils wide to inhale and followed her scent into the hotel. He looked casually around the small, quite empty, lobby. The front desk was as void. He tinged the bell. A bald, white-bearded man appeared, arching a bushy white eyebrow to look dubious at Kane. Kane was just as dubious of the fellow's aftershave, stomping out the tender scent he would have preferred linger in his nose. The clerk insisted he hadn't seen anyone or checked on anyone like Grace Dane. He'd remember. Kane tugged his beard, thinking, maybe this merchant is prepaid to keep runaway gals' secrets. Kane smiled at the steady, unwavering look from the clerk and said, magic. He rapped on the counter and turned to leave. She's a magic trick. Grace watched him leave from her second-story vantage, holding a door to the side exit stairs open a crack. She shook her head, amused at her thought. He looks like Chastity's type. Chapter 12. Cal looked up from his conversation with Sam's back. You're back. Kane grinned, walking over to share the bar with its crusty fixture. Never left. Cal's previous conversation with Sam's back is on account of the bartender's project. Sam has organized the mirror fragment by size. Behind the bar, leaned against the wall, Sam shared with Kane. Some of these pieces, I'll have cut into smaller shapes, ovals and maybe some odd shapes. Frame M, hang M. That one big piece I'll make into the new bar mirror. Kane said. That's a respectable size chunk. No point in being awkward about the mirror's loss to Sam anymore. It wasn't going to fly back together. Sam said. Yep. You left this. He tossed the bullwhip onto the bar. Kane said. Tisn't mine. Sam scratched his nose and grinned, a red mustache crooked. I know that. Fellow, it does belong to, needed it taken away from him. So don't find him to give it back. Cal joined in with the kind of extra detail barflies tend to relish sharing. Nah, Bill Suddle's an ass. Likes to pop that whip walking around town, scaring folks. Once come close to putting my eye out. Sam continued his neat arrangement of mirror pieces while asking, you wanting a beer? Kane nodded and said, sounds fine. And tell you what, I'm buying that busted mirror because it brought me good luck. He slapped a couple of big coins down on the counter. Does $20 suit you? Sam looked at the money and then up at Kane. It was double that. Kane paused, smiled. I'll buy half a mirror. It definitely buys you a beer. Chapter 13. Late in the afternoon and a few beers later, Cal and Kane walked out through Sam's swinging front doors. Kane began a sentence. Johnson. Cal laughed, correcting Kane. Jackson. Kane amended himself. Jackson. I don't get drunk a lot, but I'm glad you were there guiding my way. Fireworks shot high over town center to announce the beginning of another Grace Dane show. Kane pointed toward the gray rocket smoke being washed away by the breeze. Kane explained. Important business. Kane slapped Cal's shoulder and stumbled, stepping off the boardwalk. He straightened, limped a couple of steps, walking off the twisted misstep and joined the gathering crowd. The clearance given the edge of the hole was a respectful 10 feet. This packed town folk closer together and simplified Kane's people watching. There were new faces. Word of the show has passed around. The alcohol excess might be evident to anyone that knew Kane's usual demeanor, but other than the slight loosening of his posture, the only clear change in appearance is the bullwhip again looped across his chest like a bandolier. Before donning it, he'd made a vow to keep it out of Bill Suddle's hands. The stable owner would get a gift of a well-used bullwhip. Everyone in the bar thought it was a great idea. Chapter 14. Kane worked in close to the stage. Grace introduced herself by producing a dove from her hat. Yesterday she was all over black. Today she is all over red. Bright red. The side center waved to crash somewhere in Kane's chest. Grace projected to the back row. I'll need a volunteer for my next trick. Kane raised his hand. She looked right at him, playing solemn judge, and with a beautiful smile, picked a man behind Kane. Kane cut off Grace's pick, a round, 40-ish fellow. That action required him to farm aside an indignant townie in his path. The townie's angry. He followed Kane as he bounced up the step ladder to stage level. Face to face. There is a 2-second pause where Kane is able to soak up Grace's bad impression of him. It's easy to read there in her violet eyes. Grace said low and private, "Maybe you should let the man I chose up here." The giant Indian leaned out of the shadows off stage. The movement caught Kane's eye. There was a grim grin on the hard red face that said he was ready, anxious, to punish rude behavior. The big man mimed a cutthroat gesture. Grace held her hand up to forestall any bum rushing. Kane absorbed the storm cloud climate and tried to work back with an apology. "I am being rude. I need to speak with you." Grace crinkled her nose, her face away from the audience. "And you're drunk. I hate drunks." She turned and spoke in her commanding stage voice to the crowd. "Do you have a pocket watch, Mr. Raggerbrush?" He responded in a quiet, insulted tone. Raggerbrush. Kane reached into his vest and tried to match Grace's trained voice level to ask, "Will this do?" He opened Chastity's picture locket and the tune began. Kane does not notice the Indian's reaction to the eternal sound. The red man recoiled, jerking his head back fast enough to dodge a rattle a strike. The savage shook himself, looking at Kane with a new intensity, grimacing at the locket tune. Grace gave Kane a mean smile, commenting, "I was right." She snatched the locket from Kane, held it up to examine before snapping it shut. Offstage, the Indian lost his pained expression and worked his jaw trying to pop his ears. Grace spoke again to the audience. "This will do nicely." Grace set the locket onto the table and floated a thick, fragrant napkin over it, touching it with a wand as it settled. Kane grabbed the butt of his pistol and sprang aside as the Indian leapt from the wings. The savage smashed his flaming tomahawk down on the covered locket. The napkin blazed. Kane reached out and tried snatching the flaming napkin. As he reached for it, the Indian's face disappeared behind and below a flame. Kane leapt backward. The flare dealt a painful singeing to his upper body in spite of his wiry speed. Same trick as before. Mouthful of kerosene. Touched off with the tomahawk. The crowd approved with laughing and applause. Looking murder at the Indian. Kane patted the hot spots on his torso. The pleasant smell of saddle-soaked leather rose off the heated whip across his chest. The Indian shrieked a wild dog yip. His eyes burned with mad light. Grace chided loud in her stage voice. "Quit the horseplay, boys. I have to concentrate." A number of female laughs rewarded the boss lady comment. Grace doffed the toffet and passed her magic wand over it. "Mr. Raggerbrush, reach in and take your watch." Grace held the hat out at shoulder height facing the crowd. Kane said to Grace's lovely profile, "My name is Kane Man." He reached into the upside down hat for the locket. Grace announced, "And there's your watch. Good as new." The crowd clapped. Kane shook his head. It was a watch, not the locket. That was apparently a client loss. Kane tossed the watch back in the hat without protest. Grace set the hat on the table and took a step forward to respond to the applause, bowing right and left. "Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen." Grace turned, waved as she exited. The Indian threw a robe around her shoulders just beyond the footlights. The red man turned, faced Kane, shielding Grace from pursuit. He's an inebriated young man, alone on the stage, facing a devil in shadow, a devil he'd swear he'd met before. Dr. Basil McAfee bounded on stage, between Kane and the Indian. Kane twirling, band leader high-stepping. He spoke low to Kane. "Off the stage, young man." The Kane spun to a stop in his right hand as his arms spread wide. Basil shouted to the crowd, "I'm ready to deal." He shook his white hair out of his black toffet again. The crowd hooted. a sound derisive and happy at the same time. They are entertained, grateful and ready to endure the slight pain of handing household money to a hunchbacked peddler. Kane sprung casually from center stage, landed harder than he expected, going to one knee, boozy still, and angry with himself. Somebody slapped him on the back as he walked through the thick group closest to the stage. A blow hard enough to feel the whip's ridges dent his skin. It makes Kane angry a couple of ways. The blow itself is a cur-dog kick, but the whip's back pinch makes him conscious that Grace's first close view of Kane Man included that unexplained leather coiled about him. An unthinking fool's appearance. The hunchback said something that Kane's fretting brain didn't catch. The crowd surged, and he had to fight and jostle for his path away from the wagon. He pushed through the mob of people. Here, closer to the hole, people are standing well apart, happy with back row vantage, playing astute judges while watching their fellow citizens reeled in. In another couple of steps Kane took a deep breath, stopped and rubbed his neck. He thought, don't be an idiot. This bad first impression regret needs to go the same place he puts all regret. A box labeled, do not open. It's done. His job is now picking up the pieces. He hitched his holster belt up, walked farther away from the crowd, rotated his head back and forth and, with a deep breath, focused on being sober. Someone handed him a small open bottle of McAvee's Mist. The alcohol evaporating from the mystery blend liquid made Kane wince. He heaved it high, watching it glint and sputter fluid before disappearing down the hole. Hey, the mist-sharing fellow said, reacting to his loss. A bass moan came from the hole. Kane felt it as much as heard it. Kane noticed everyone seemed to have forgotten the medicine show. Wandering back, thinning the clot in front of the wagon. Many choose to edge close to the hole's edge, conversing about that blat of low tone. He also noticed most of them have a bottle of McAvee's Mist. Some of them have two. That seems to be blessed quick money changing, and Kane gave a perplexed look back at the wagon. He managed to hear the hunchback announcing, "That is the last of the samples, dear friends." The few people left crowding the stage let their disappointment out with bold curses and whined complaints. That explained the mob. Make it free and everyone wants a pint. Sell them the quart tomorrow. Didn't really seem surefire to Kane. Kane looked over the heads between him and the wagon. The Indian looked like a statue. The hunchback next to him is more lively, taking a step right or left, studying the people. Maybe gauging reactions to his samples. Dr. McAvee's restless movement halted as a red hand gripped his humped shoulder. The two looked at each other for a moment. The Indian gestured, pointing at the hole before turning to disappear into the wagon. Kane wondered at the power holdings of this medicine show. He read that moment as the red Indian dismissing a white man. The deformed Dr. McAvee. The hunchback disappeared from view, taking the steps to ground level. The same steps Kane had used to take the stage. Once the peddler was clear, a loud crack and thump marked the action of the stage folding at the hinged base attaching it to the wagon. The attached steps swung and whacked the stage's bottom as it rose from horizontal floor to vertical wall. The noisy grind of a chain drive stopped and the big wagon had a new solid-looking side, covered with lettering and art depicting the bottled tonic, ready to wheel out if need arise. Kane assumed Dr. McAvee's medicine show had called it a night. Chapter 15. The hole continued to croon on occasional deep bass note. The medicine show customers have turned to drinking their samples, commenting on the tonic's taste and kick as they crowd around the hole. Its mystery seems to deepen in the twilight. A farmer in worn overalls mopped his brow with a new blue bandana. He's miffed seeing all the drinking being done around him. The samples petered out before he got his. Dr. Basil McAvee sidled in next to the farmer's right elbow, joining him in rapt study of the hole. The farmer glanced at the hunchback and noticed a bottle of the tonic in his dainty white hand. He said to the hunchback, I'm wondering what's down there, Basil mused aloud. I suppose it would be poor design to utilize it for detritus. That might entail moving your entire town. Basil chose the hand holding the blue bandana when he gave the farmer his open bottle of mist. A trade occurred. Dr. McAfee taking the bandana as the farmer gratefully accepted the tonic. Deprived no longer, the farmer took a full swig and handed it back, leaving his hand open for the bandana's return. Instead, Dr. McAfee took a step away, closer to the hole, twisting the bandana into the bottle's neck. He took another step, shaking the bottle to soak the kerchief. The hunchback thumb snapped a match and lit the bandana. It blazed a bright blue-white, smelling pungent and spicy as it burned. The sweaty cloth mixed with the taste notes adulterating the grain alcohol. The farmer's dangling hands rotated, palms out like they longed to receive the answer to why Basil chucked the elixir torch with a girlish lack of oomph or skinny arm power. The flaming bottle made it past the hole's lip and disappeared. Dr. McAfee became even more bent, leaning forward, like he hoped to hear the bottle explode. The world exploded instead. Flame and smoke exploded from the hole. The heat and concussion knocked people back, many falling to the ground, screams mixing with the inferno's roar. The hole's void is now a massive fire pit. The crowd scattered. Panic caused more stumbling and falls. Their scrapes and cuts ignored as they fell away. The medicine show forgotten. Basil laughed, dancing next to the flaming hole alone, his silhouette and shadow making jittery black marks in the fevered glow of the flame. Snake oil. Snake oil. Basil's jig matches the fire's rhythm. Kane had been as close to the hole as anyone. His reaction had been to dive and flatten, not run. He turned to his back, raised up on an elbow and watched Basil's odd dance. Transfixed. He heard a buggy whip snap. The sound brought Kane's attention back to the medicine show wagon as he thrust back to his feet. The Indian is standing high up on the buckboard, popping the whip, snapping the reins in his hands, getting the 4-horse team in motion. Made perfect sense to Kane. Get that perfumed hooch away from open flame. Horses too. They wouldn't like all that fire. One of the horses confirmed that with an alarmed whinny. The Indian aimed the coach away from the town hall, driving the team toward outbuildings, selecting someplace outside the town proper. Kane saw Grace's familiar hooded form jump out the coach's rear door before it picked up speed, like his own caboose jump a week ago. She stepped out backward to easily absorb the momentum with a few quick steps before turning and heading back toward the hotel. The coach travel she's done prior to the confident jump has doubled the distance of that first hotel walk when Kane lost her. He thinks, I'll catch her, but Happy probably won't describe how she feels about it. Kane lost that dread when he noticed Bill Sordell, the bullwhip owner, pursuing Grace. He bunched the whip coils with his left hand and hurried after the two. Sordell caught up with Grace and said, "Hey." Grace ignored him. Sordell added, "Hey girl, if you want to stay a sweet young thing you better be careful." Grace looked at him, continuing to walk, and said, "Is that right?" "That's right. There's enough real men in this town that eat sweet things for dinner." Sordell paced her, crowding her steps. It made her angry. Grace stopped and turned on Sordell. "Stick your ugly head in a bucket." "Hey, I just want to buy you a drink." Sordell grabbed Grace's arm, his leering face lit by the flickering firelight. The whip cracked and the yellow straw hat flew off Sordell's head. Shocked, Sordell grabbed the top of his head, twisted too quick, stumbled as he looked behind him. Kane walked up, taking his time, picking Sordell's hat off the ground. Grace shakes her head, amused at the begrued loud sudden paralysis facing this skinny young man walking toward them with a predator's confidence. Amused at herself finding that outsized confidence so attractive. Sordell slowly took his hat as Kane slowly handed it to him. "You're Bill Sordell, yeah, thanks for loaning me this nice whip." Kane produced a sharp knife and cut the whip close to the braided handle and then cut the coil across the middle. He handed Sudal the result. One piece slipped out and unwound on the ground. A small snake of useless leather. Kane said, "Good day to you, dazed." Sudal held the whip parts in a loose grip. Another fragment dropped from the cluster to the ground. He said, "Good day, sir." Kane looked around and sees Grace has left and double times after her. He caught up to her and jerked the thumb back at the stunt bully. "Grace, things like that are why your sister wants you home." Grace continued to walk but slowed down. She wanted Kane educated. "Just to let you know, you saved that dope from a thrashing." Okay, Kane grinned at the brag. What could he not like about it? Grace stopped and turned to face him. "Mr. Kane man, you're famous. I'm the man." He's happy they stopped walking. Easier and more enjoyable to talk facing one another. Grace handed him a newspaper. Kane didn't read the big headline. A smaller headline with his name snagged his eye. Kane man searches for missing heiress. The details might be wrong here or there. The headline was all he had to read to be puzzled. Why would your sister do this? Chastity is trying to increase her odds of finding me and getting me to come back. Grace resumed walking toward the hotel. Kane walked beside her, folding the paper under his arm. "I can't read and walk, but you can read when you are still, yeah, when my brain isn't jostling." Kane added with mock indignation, "You're the second person today acted like there was a chance I couldn't read." Grace stopped again and studied Kane. "This isn't what you do, is it? Not really. You bring children back to their families when Indians abduct them. Mostly." He gave her his card. She looked at the card, looked at him and smiled. She produced her own card from between her fingers. A magic materialization. She gave that card to Kane. Kane looked at the card, reading, "Grace Dane, actress, public speaking." Kane said the next word with emphasis. Magic. Kane stuck the card in his vest as he finished. "And dance." Kane patted the vest pocket and said, "Left out trumpet." They share a small laugh. A couple of self-promoters well met. Kane shared his thought. "Get good at it. Get paid for it. Right so. Why are you doing this?" Kane looked right at her. Serious, but pleased. Happy to tell her the why. Her face was bathed radiant gold for a moment as a huge fire pit flared, dwindled and then went out entirely. She kept her eyes on Kane's, ignoring the event. "I had an identical twin too. Abel. I think about him every day. How much I'd like to have him here." "What happened?" Grace resumed a slow walking pace. They are close to the hotel. Nearing her destination doesn't hurry Kane. He took some time before answering. "An Indian got him and I got away." Grace stopped walking and looked into Kane's eyes. A sympathetic and understanding energy poured into him as she said, "And that has become your whole life. Trying to repair that loss. Well, I don't know, it's my whole life. Loss happens. Don't let it ruin your life." Sounds smart. Grace broke the intense contact as she looked aside, nodded, thinking, and said, "I think so. Took me long enough to figure out." Kane said, "Talk with me some more. Let me buy you a meal tonight. Keep you safe from mashers. I don't need a bodyguard, Mr. Man. Just Kane." "Alright Kane. You might. This town is built low in my judgment." Kane looked at Grace with the condescending attitude of a worldly man toward a young innocent. Grace tried not to smirk, tilted her head and asked, "You know Red who, that big Indian that set you on fire?" Kane reacted, half amused and half doubtful. "You call him Red?" Grace displayed a whistle on a chain around her neck, a slender silver tube. "If I get in trouble, I blow this whistle and Red comes running." Bull. Grace started to stick the whistle back inside her robe, only for emergencies. Kane intercepted the hand with the whistle. "Don't." Kane leaned toward her hand in his and blew the whistle. Instead of whistling, it gave a musical trill. It reminded Kane of the Locket's ill-arranged notes. There followed a still quiet. The usual low rattle of birds and insects halted. The next moment, the hole became a monstrous tuba, exhaling its heftiest bass note yet. Both of them looked toward the source of the bone-aching sound as the effect faded. Grace is concerned. "Uh-oh, Kane. You better go. I believe Red meant it. Now you're trying to fun me." From nowhere, Red tackled Kane. Kane wrenched his middle loose from Red's crushing grip with a tight shoulder roll as they hit the ground. He scrambled up, flailing for balance as he lurched backward. The sight of this wild Indian out for blood dredges up Kane's frightened inner child. Front and center. He'll need that child's terror behind him if he's going to survive a fight with this wiry monster. Kane cursed with words his 9-year-old self didn't know and expelled that inner child. He belted the Indian's neck with a hard left cross followed by a right haymaker to the temple. Red's first punch blurred down the middle like a rifle butt, staggering Kane with a blow to his forehead. Grace screamed something Kane didn't hear. Dazed, the young gunman made the snap decision he's not Red's physical equal and quick draws his pistol just as the Indian kicked him in the chest. The pistol flew loose. Kane went back to getting 2 punches in for every one he takes, but Red seemed stun-proof. The big Indian's 4th punch staggered Kane into a teetering back pedal, stopped by the back of his legs bumping against a horse trough. Red high-kicked Kane's shoulder. He plunged backward into the trough, sloshing water high up and over its top. A gallon or 2 slopped out, muddying the ground. The fight lasted all of 10 seconds. The entire time Grace never stopped screaming at Red. "Stop, Red." He blew the whistle. "I didn't blow it. Stop. Stop it." Red grabbed Kane's throat and pushed his head under the stagnant water. On the edge of conscious awareness, the young man resisted, clutching the sides of the trough in a feeble effort to get his head back above water. His hold on the trough sides weakened. His hands opened and slid down into the trough with a splash. Leaning over into the trough, Red pressed down on the hand gripping Kane's throat. Grace yanked on the arm, drowning Kane. Blood dripped down Red's nose and sent ripples over the underwater face. Kane's 10-year-old tomahawk scar showed as his hair floated away from his forehead. Red knitted his brow at the sight of the scar. Then he screamed. Grace bit deep into Red's muscled arm, sprawled on his broad back to position her teeth for the fierce bite. Red shot up, rotating under Grace's weight, tearing his arm loose from her bite. His hands went under Grace's shoulders and held her straight up at arm's length. "You bite like angry dog." Red tossed her high in the air like a child. She landed with a big splash on top of Kane. He turned his back and walked away, rotating his bleeding arm for a look. He fingered the wound, brought a bloody finger to his tongue, smiled, and bounded away with a war cry. Grace grimaced and spit out the taste of Red's blood. She sloshed to the side, reached under Kane's neck and pulled his face to the surface. His mouth opened and gulped in air. Kane opened his eyes, saw Grace's face close to his, and stole a kiss as hungrily as he had gulped air. Grace kissed back for 4 heartbeats and then pushed his head back under the water. She stood, mesmerizing Kane as water coursed off her stage costume, stepping out of the trough. Kane smiled at her, one arm on the side of the trough like he was enjoying a bath. "Sure you don't want back in. I will never be with a man because you all have beards and bearded men are all billy goats." Grace tugged on Kane's wet chin whiskers. She turned and sloshed away toward the hotel. Her soaking wet, heart-racing image disappeared when she picked up her hooded robe and whipped it around her shoulders. Kane asked, "Dinner?" Grace turned back, squeezing water from her hair. She smiled at him. "I'll be hungry in an hour, I suppose." Kane continued to smile. She entered the hotel. He pulled his other hand from underwater and dangled Grace's odd whistle before his eyes. Chapter 16. The Locust funeral parlor is low on frills. There are heavy red drapes bordering 12 blue and yellow glass panes framed in the display window of the parlor, a poverty version of the stained glass windows adorning cathedrals. The drapes are neglected, heavy with dust. The body of Sheriff Macklin lay stretched out on a table topped by a coarse blanket, his eyes wide in death. The blue filter of a front window tinted his face, a surprised face unmarred by the bullet that killed him, passing through his mouth and out the back of his skull. The Undertaker and Mayor Bond stood over the body. Bond looked at the frozen, staring eyes from a position close to Macklin's head. The Undertaker was on the opposite side, closer to the corpse's knees. Mayor Bond broke out of his indifferent forensic study. Did you go through his pockets? Of course. He had $20. Bond lightly pinched the extra skin on his neck between two fingers, an unconscious gesture checking on the ongoing progress of his aging turkey neck. He asked, "What about his boots?" "We always keep the boots." Bond snorted and harumphed at the same time. "Keep the boots? How much moldy money was in 'em?" The beady eyes of the bald man rolled up, focusing somewhere beyond the ceiling. Annoyed as he answered, $100. "Why don't you give me about 60 of that tomorrow?" The spindly Undertaker gave his answer a hiss of defiance. "I have expenses, Mayor Bond." The mayor's eyebrows went high up on his forehead, eyes opened wide as those of the dead man. "Are you negotiating, bone picker?" Their contest pauses as Grace walked past the parlor window on her way to a dinner date, moving jauntily, thinking of the handsome man waiting for her at the diner. The mayor feels a deep randy delight as her lovely form changes from blue to yellow passing by the novelty window. The Undertaker is as transfixed but looks on with enigmatic confusion. His own passions are best kept private. Fetish rich and hideous in number, threatening to get him burned alive if he's caught acting out a single one of his fantasies. Mayor Bond clapped his hands. Back to business. The mind's eye of the Undertaker tore away from a mind's eye vision of a white-skinned Grace as a fresh corpse. Bond appraised the Undertaker's surly, tough guy stance. "You think you got promoted, I guess." The Undertaker folded his hands loosely across his chest, mocking a corpse in repose. Bond said, "You're smart enough to know you're burying my arm twister, but I'll get another one." He gave the Undertaker a look that asked, "You get me? Think about those rich expenses, Bonapiker." The mayor opened his pocket watch and made a rubbing motion with his fingers. "Time is money." Bond walked to the door without looking back. The attached bell clanged as he opened it and passed through. The Undertaker watched him recede through the dusty blue and yellow window panes. Speaking aloud, he resembled a talking vulture. "I prefer to say time is wasting. It will waste you, Bond. The sooner the better." He reached behind the draped curtain closest to the front door. A couple of pulls on the cord there and the heavy red drapes went from gathered at the sides to completely closed. The air filled with a stale smell of hot dust being stirred. He locked the door, turned slow, and again savored the still form of Macklin's corpse. Sealed behind the heavy curtains, the lobby is now his cadaver prep area. Still thinking of Bond when he said, "Greedy bastard." The Undertaker took a watch from the sheriff's vest pocket. He paused before leaning his bald head down close to the corpse's head. He pushed the dead sheriff's stiff upper lip back to look at his teeth. Chapter 17. Dr. Basil McAvee is showing his own teeth in a smile. Turning slowly about, he studied the broad alley behind the funeral parlor. 3 buildings on one side and a low wall of piled up, discarded lumber and broken wagon parts on the other side. He scanned for unlikely souls idling about, missing dinner to visit the alley's rutted rubbish. He is alone. He raised a whistle identical to Grace's, pursed his lips and blew its tune. The show begins. Basil tucked the whistle back into a vest pocket. 2 buildings flank the funeral parlor. Both are used to garage wagons, parts, tools and equine hostelry items, used in adjunct for business conducted at the stable. People rarely occupy the warehousing spaces. Good neighbors for an Undertaker's solemn business. Alley side. All 3 are identically designed with barn-style doors large enough to allow full-size wagon entry. The expanse of the funeral parlor's barn door features a conventional door framed into its middle. Filigree decorative carvings border a frosted window with an etched depiction of hands clasped in prayer. The door's framing resulted in a trip hazard threshold but allowed convenient alley access with the turn of a handle. Basil heard a creak high at the flat roof edge of the parlor. His eyes followed a blur to the ground that landed with a soft thud. Red rose from his rooftop to ground landing. Turning, he's at arm's length to the funeral parlor's rear entrance. He produced a small pry bar and forced the locked door steadily away from the frame. The frosted glass cracked across the middle of the praying hands as it popped open. Basil gripped the handle and pulled the door ajar. The hunchback leaned his head close to the opening, listening inside. Red crouched. Basil opened the door wide. Red darted in, low and silent. Basil walked backward to close the door, his eyes never leaving their constant scan of the deserted alley. The undertaker moved a lamp close to the dead sheriff's head. The cadaver's mouth is chocked open wide by a pack of playing cards set sideways. The bald head glinted in the lamplight as he limbered up a well-oiled pair of pliers, the jaws opening and closing. You really should have filled more teeth. That explain your piss-headedness. Constable Macklin. The undertaker heard a creak, turned, and froze. Red is there, holding a marble tombstone the size of a family Bible over his head. In the next moment the undertaker's skull was a stove-in as he stomped on Robin Egg. The front door bell clanged. Red looks at the closed curtain, his nostrils flaring. Dr. Basil McAvee stepped through the curtain, paused and shook his head at the copious gore. Black pools spreading wide beneath the undertaker's crumpled figure. Red let the blood-soaked tombstone slip from his one-handed grip. It landed on the fresh corpse's ruined skull with a mushy wallop. Basil forced a smile. Alarm. Such a mess. Red answered in an unnatural voice that sounded like it passed up the echoing depth of Locust's mysterious hole. Use my name when the ceremony begins, not before. Basil shrank back at the voice's spook show force. The hunchback replied, yes, of course, Red. Things will start after I visit Grace's handsome shootist. We'll let the freebooter's life be the life that gives us back our sheriff. Red seemed to look through the curtain as he said, Baleem won't have him. He is Abel's brother. They are twinned. Like the girl. Basil gave Red a quizzical look, then nodded his head. Yes, I see it now. Of course we never see Abel smile, do we? That and the beard disguise the resemblance to Grace's happy swain. Is Abel close by? He will be here soon. The hunchback raised his top hat and patted his long white hair into careful arrangement. He snugged the hat back down and said, perhaps. This young gun is still useful as a Judas goat. Chapter 18. The Locust Cafe featured its own oversized window. The only building other than the funeral parlor to frame up an expanse of glass larger than shoulder width. Grace and Kane share the window seat. The broadened street view going unused since they like looking at each other. The sun is about to set anyway. Their food arrived and appeared in front of them with quick, controlled drops of the large platters. The skinny older woman doing the serving made a prayer tent of her hands next to her throat and said, enjoy your dinner. The two customers looked away from each other long enough to say, thank you. Kane added, smells good, to send her away with the usual civil bit of approval. Kane's unfiltered comment would have been, smells damn good. The smell of a thick beefsteak seared on a grill in a smoker. A bear might bust into the cafe if it got a good whiff of this sizzling meat. Kane looked at Grace and sliced off a bite of the steak. She looked down at her steak to do her slicing, looked back up as she put the food in her mouth. Kane said, not as good as Boston probably. Grace said, probably better. Small towns have the best food, so I can't make you homesick for chowder or whatever you used to only get in Boston. Don't worry, I'll see Boston again. Kane enjoyed a few bites. The chewing all occurs with a half grin. He swallowed and said, I'd be a big man to your sister if I talked you into going back now. He took another bite and looked at her. Grace smiled as she chewed and swallowed and stopped, like she has something important to say. You eat that like you've never had better. Kane laughed. She's not playing and he doesn't care. It is a respectable slice of beef. Kane pulled a bit of bread out of a hot loaf, sopped up gravy and ate that. He stopped eating to talk some more. Tell me how close I am to getting this situation. The situation of dinner buying my affections? The situation of your identical twin sister having the say over all the money? Grace set a napkin to the side with a fold and said, "Okay, tell me about it." Kane cuts meat but dives into supposing instead of eating. Well, I don't know. Seems like the split isn't fair. Does Chastity got some legal shenanigans working for her? Kane risked chewing a bite as he looked at Grace for a reaction. She said nothing and continued her contented chewing. He shared his guess, finger combing his hair back, the tomahawk scar revealed before the blonde hair dropped down to hide it again. She hinted like you being born second gave her a legal right I can't see as being too solid. Grace raised a ragged bit of torn bread, stopped, lowered it, looking at him. You look like you ran into something solid with your head. Yeah. Combing his hair back to allow her another peek at the scar. Not my best feature, but about the only thing that doesn't touch when I've been in the saddle a week. Grace looked off, out the diner window, lost in a reserved, distant focus. My father blamed me for killing my mother. My sister never tried to convince him otherwise. Kane's face muscles, drawn height a wrinkle about the eyes with amusement and general happiness, relaxed and dropped in abrupt surprise. You killed your mother. Grace looks like she will bust looking at Kane. She laughed out loud, tears brimming in her eyes. Your face. Kane is infected by her laugh and his face muscles went back to work producing a large smile. You just decided I had a hilarious face. My mother died in childbirth. Ninny. Kane shook his head, grinning at himself. Of course. Sorry for your loss. Grace smiled and also shook her head. That's what I told you. Took me long enough to learn it. That loss is a loss to everyone. But the living have to decide to go on living. Grace picked her coffee cup up with both hands to take a drink and continue. And Father willed Chastity the control she enjoys. She helped him live his half-life better than I did. 2 half-lives. Almost making a whole. Kane said, "Will's a will I guess." Raised his coffee cup and made a snick sound out the side of his mouth. Money, though? Grace asked. Is that why you do what you do? Money. Kane sipped a bit of coffee looking at Grace but through her. It's a lot of things I guess. Or used to be. Grace studied the reverie she has drawn Kane into as he continued. Yeah, used to be. About revenge as much as anything. I've shot and killed 10 Indians that tried to keep me from taking their kid property away from them. Kane held up his fork and then his knife. 5.2 caliber. Pistol and rifle. He went back to slicing steak, looking at his plate. I'd go into it knowing men would die. Maybe me dying. Happy to be heading out for it. Grace raised her eyebrows, waiting until Kane was looking directly at her. Sorry, that's awful. It's ugly. Yeah, it is. Kane's tight smile was more like a grimace as he said. Especially after you get a wild kid all the way back to some family that doesn't know what to do with them, other than try and get them to hold still for a hug. It couldn't heal your loss. You're right. And I'm happy I ran into someone like you that could make me see it. Kane stopped eating to lean back and challenge Grace. But, talking about wild Indians I don't care for. You really like waking up and seeing red and that bent fellow. Don't worry about that. I'll be on to the next thing soon enough. Kane absorbed that as halfway to good news. At least she wasn't mad in love with life as a fancy peddler of patent medicine. Grace, I appreciate you. You made me think. Life might get easier just for buying you dinner. sudden and passionate. Kane added, "Hell, you saved my life. Why don't you let me do my job? Take you to that sister with the money and have a showdown." Kane leaned forward to fork and chew more steak. He swallowed and asked, "Let's change some lives. What do you say, Kane? Chastity controls. Do I look like I'm going to enjoy being controlled?" She would win the showdown, as you call it. Grace stirred her food before setting the fork down. "I'd have the same amount of money and twice the trouble getting away from her." Grace grinned. "You have food in your beard." Kane dabbed his beard with a napkin. "How's that? I'd hate to watch you eat pie." "You want some pie?" Grace laughed at his comfortable reply. "Just too full of confidence to embarrass." "No thanks. I do have something for you." Grace flipped her napkin aside with a snap, magic trick style. There sat the locket that Kane was certain Red had smashed. He picked it up and opened it. It still played its tune. "Never thought I'd hear that awful thing again. That's how I met Dr. McAvee." "You think he's the real doctor?" Kane asked, closing the locket. "Oh, what do you think? He might be. I was telling you how I met him. I'm curious. Tell me." "I was doing a show with my friends. I may have seen a picture of your friends." "Chastity showed you that picture." She is amused by the idea. "Big part of why I'm here. Wanted to see me in tights." Kane nodded agreement. "Anyway, long story short, Basil used that whistle to bring Red over to the show. An obnoxious thing to do while actors are working. He said later it was to discuss me with Red. He wanted to try and hire me away from the troupe." "Did I miss the part about the locket being how you met him?" "Because the whistle reminded me of the locket's tune. I thought it strange and probably wouldn't have met with him or let him hire me if he hadn't told me about the tune." Grace went back to eating as though she had said the end. Kane looked at her, puzzled. Then a smile crept onto his face as he realized he is being teased. "So there's a story goes with this tune. Oh, you want to hear it?" Kane closed his eyes, grinned, opened his eyes and nodded his head. "Destiny is involved. The spirit world. Magic. Would this scare me around a campfire? Depends on how easy you scare." She raised an eyebrow and continued. "The instruments that play this tune, those odd sounds, are alive in a way. They are misplaced or stolen if the owner lacks a bond with it. A bond with its mysterious destiny." "I didn't lose it. So you and I share a destiny." Kane looked at her more serious than amused as he said, "I wouldn't mind that." She leaned forward, eyebrows knitted into an angry shelf, her wide-set violet eyes peering from underneath. "But beware. The spirits are older than the hills. Your mortal soul may well feed their unknowable hunger." "What?" Kane leaned back from the force of Grace's showy rage. She laughed and Kane said, "You are an actress. You should have heard Basil give it the treatment. He was so good with the cornball that I knew he had something I wanted. I don't regret it. I've learned a lot." Kane enjoyed several minutes of hearing how an actor learns and grows, the emotional well they draw from and other specialized knowledge. Grace paused, realizing she was having a one-sided good time doing all the talking. "Thank you for dinner. I've never enjoyed sharing a meal with someone more in my entire rowdy life. Tell Chastity her sister loves her and might visit some Christmas." Grace stood, wiped her mouth, and leaned toward Kane. "He's certain he will be kissed." And Grace taught him again not to be too certain about what she might do. Most men are just too lazy to shave. Grace gave his chin whiskers a playful tug. Kane stood, rubbed his chin beard with a smile. She moved around the table, made a gun of her right hand, pushed the finger into his belly and brought her thumb hammer down, saying, "Chew, you got me." She shorted. He thought. Kane watched her leave. That's how she wanted to end the dinner. No walks home. Not after that fight with Red. He sat back down, still tingling from the spot Grace had poked his belly. He took what was left of her steak and added it to his plate. Kane brought Grace's whistle out of his vest pocket, holding it in the same hand as the locket. He worked his mouth around while looking at them. He hoped to devise a bit of fun jibing with Grace's magic trick to return her whistle. If she noticed it missing, she most likely thought it lost in the water trough. He thumbed the button on the locket and the tune began. He looked at the lovely twin girls and whispered, "Destiny." Chapter 19. Grace met the hunchback Basil as she left the diner. They stopped and were social. Basil informed her, "I could have bought your dinner." "Thank you, Basil. I've eaten with the troublesome fellow that Red thought that Red is dangerous." "Yes, he is." Basil peered up at her, nodding slightly with his black eyebrows raised. "A casual agreement. That's a fact." Grace, still feeling an afterglow of mutual attraction with Kane, placed her hand on Basil's humped shoulder and squeezed slightly. "You're so sweet and very creative. You've taught me a lot." Basil managed to pat her massaging hand before she withdrew it. "You're an able pupil. I need a nap." "We aren't doing anything tonight, right?" Basil confirmed and asked, "Number, you're back in the coach now?" Grace sighed. "I've had my 2-night splurge for a hotel room. I made some of that tea you like." "That is as sweet as your tea." "Thank you." Basil signaled with a slight sidestep out of Grace's path that polite civility had been satisfied and said, "I'll circulate the town a bit. You get that rest." Kneading his twitching hump, he watched her go. Basil turned his head toward his twisted side, smiling at the activity beneath his hand, patting the stirring mass there. Chapter 20. The coffee cup churned with lather as practiced hands worked the whisk. The hot towel trailed steam coming off Kane's face. He's comfortable leaned back in the padded leather of the chair. The barber whisked the soap into his beard. "That smells clean," Kane said. "Best smell in the world." "Hot soap," the barber said. "Aha," Kane agreed. "It's late for a shave." Kane had walked in earlier, surprised the door opened when he tried it. The barber treats the shop like a living room because he keeps his bachelor quarters in back. Visitors drop by after hours, but it's rare anyone wants a shave by lamplight. The barber had kidded Kane about risking his throat getting a shave in the light of burning coal oil. Kane had said, "Let's live dangerous." The bell on the shop door clanged. Dr. Basil McAvee stood just inside, lowering a clasp case half the size of a steamer trunk. The barber stropped his razor, the metal whistling on the grit of the strap. "Yes sir. Have a seat. Need a shave?" "Hair?" Basil took his top hat off and the yard-long white hair flowed over his chest and shoulders. Cut the corners of the barber's mouth drew down, thinking, "That's a lot of hair." Back to business at hand. The barber bent over Kane, straight razor extended, touched flesh beneath the soap, and stroked a hairless trail up Kane's neck. "I'm actually selling," Basil stated. The barber joshed the hunchback, sparing a glance his way. "You better be dealing and not just selling. This ain't Frisco." He cleaned soap and hair from the razor and gave it a strop. Basil opened a case, the sturdy clasps making identical machine sounds. The simple jointed construction opened with ease into a double display shelf. The case contents are small, colored bottles. Basil motioned with a circular wave. "Aftershave and other toiletry samples." "Hooey, I smell money," the barber said, stroking Kane's beard with a continuous rotation of the blade, removing almost all the hair on one side of his face. Kane thought, "Man doesn't need light. He does this by feel." "My assistant." Basil paused for effect. "You may have noticed her." The barber shared a raised eyebrow look with Kane and said, "Yes indeed." Kane grinned at the kidding. Basil presented a small black and gold bottle. "She has a fondness for this scent. I think she's right. It's probably our best." The barber finished the shave by toweling extra lather off Kane's face. To Basil he said, "Be right with you," whisking Kane off as he stood. The barber moved to spritz Kane with a bottle of scent. Kane held his hand up to stop the perfume bulb being squeezed. "Whoa." He put his hat on, made eye contact with the smiling hunchback and pointed at the black and gold bottle. "How much for a splash?" Basil removed the stopper from the bottle and said, "Free. Tell all the ladies why you smell so good," the barber said. "And I thought I could deal." Kane clapped and rotated his hands together to spread the measure spurted onto his left hand by Basil. He rubbed wet palms on his neck and face. "Ouch. Warn your customers that stuff burns like fire." Kane left the shop, the evening air refreshing to the now hairless flesh of his face. Walking away, Kane heard some muted patter from the barber to the hunchback. "Alright drummer, let's see you empty these pockets." Chapter 21. Kane walked the boardwalk and hurried, looking around, thinking about Grace. "It's not late," he thought. "She might want to see and smell the new me." He twisted his neck left and right, feeling a rigid kink settle into it that wanted limbering. Kane looked at the hole. Stiffness washed through his body. His hands settled loose at his sides. The time spent looking at the hole may have been a minute, may have been an hour. The watch had stopped in Kane's mind. The hunchback Basil now stood next to his poisoning victim, a black and white blur in Kane's side vision. In Kane's mind, Basil's voice seemed to echo, "A beautiful evening to share with friends. Family." Some part of Kane managed to reply, "Family is beautiful." Basil took Kane's arm, escorting the sleepwalker into the street. He asked, "Do you have a friend in town, Grace?" Kane replied, shuddering at the skirmish being fought in his conscious mind, a tearing strain to wake from this tide of nightmare paralysis. Basil's hump twitched. He drew his lips into a flat, impatient line to demand another answer. Other than Grace, Kane slowed their slow arm-in-arm walk in the street. Standing still, he managed to resist answering. Basil snapped his fingers and Kane's fight for his will ended. In the saloon, Sam and Old Cal, Basil rotated Kane by his arm, pointing him at Sam's saloon. "Bring someone from the saloon to the funeral parlor." He pointed his cane, drawing a line in the air from the saloon to the funeral parlor across the street. Basil said, "Do it now." Kane took a step and the hunchback stopped him with a held touch of the black cane. Basil handed him the black and gold bottle containing the delirium aftershave. "Use this," Basil said. Kane took the bottle, looked at it, and scuffed his way toward the saloon. Basil turned his back on Kane and strayed over to the hole's edge. He looked down into the black void, a bored expression fixed on a face made devilish with inky black eyebrows and inky black goatee. Red flashes flickered deep in the hole. A strong gust of air, redolent of basement mildew and rot, rushed up from the hole's depth. Basil's top hat popped off his head and his snowy hair fluttered in wild disarray. Suspended in the gust's power, a tooth-displaying stretcher of a smile fixed onto Basil's face as his fine hair settled over his distorted back. His eyes reflected the red flashes from below. Chapter 22. Everyone in Locust knew about Sam's #1 beer, including his honor, Mayor Horatio Bond, who poured the last ounces of a mug down his throat and wondered, should he have another? He heard the front doors swing open and noticed Cal grin seeing the new arrival. Bond turned and faced the entrance. Kane brushed in slow through the swinging doors. The mayor's heart skipped a beat and he decided against another beer. He mustered some rooster and said, "Well now, I must say, I'm just a bit too outnumbered." Cal enjoyed the moment by jabbing at Bond. "Sure ain't no votes here." He was rewarded with low laughs from a couple of card players. Kane rubbed his hands together, slowly, looking with a fixed gaze into space, and focused. Mayor Bond steered his bulk toward the swinging doors, set to pass an arm's length from Kane. As he drew even, Kane slapped Bond's face. Damn it, Mayor Bond fell back from the blow, digging into his vest for a derringer. Lightning fast, Kane slapped Bond with his other hand. The mayor's derringer pointed directly at Kane's nose. Bond's eyes glazed and he gave his head a small shake. The mayor touched his face, the chemical burner fading tingle. Kane took the mayor's arm, speaking low. "Let's talk." The mayor, looking through Kane with his own not their focus, asked. "About what?" Kane said. "Not here. The funeral parlor." Some reflex in Bond's mind replied with a flat, dull version of one of his boasts. "Tolkien's my game." Cal watched, scratching his stubbly cheek as the two left the bar together. Cal said, "That young un was close to losing his brains. Looked like he forgot how to smile too." Sam had been watching the mysterious behavior right along with Cal and said, "Yeah, sure didn't look right." Cal turned back, squared himself up in front of his drink and told Sam, "I did like you slapping that fat head." Outside Sam's, the dubious duo walked shoulder to shoulder, muddled minds on a slow march. The funeral parlor reflected them in its display window, watching the resolute sleepwalkers come toward their fate. Chapter 23. Mayor Bond sat, gagged, in the back of a buckboard wagon he is bound by rope, back to back with dead Sheriff Macklin. The hunchback Basil stood beside Bond holding a gold bottle with an atomizer. He spritzed the face of Locust's mayor. Horatio Bond recovered from the delirium with a shock, white showing around his eyes. He recognized the funeral parlor's garage interior. His breathing is painful and shallow from the squeezing pressure of multiple wraps of tied rope across his chest. Bond senses who he is attached to. It's a familiar scent. All the bad habits, stained clothes and hard drinking hygiene that went into making the funk of the man called Macklin. The dead sheriff's head rolled around like a ragdoll as Bond struggled. Kane sat on the buckboard's plank seat, holding his head in his hands, massaging his temples. He inhaled a tiny whiff of the gold bottle's atomized cloud, not enough to free his mind. Basil prodded Kane with his walking stick. Basil said, "Do as I told you." Kane nodded slowly and said, "Yes." From deep shadow, Red jumped up next to Kane, a blur of motion, not there one moment, the next. His tight-muscled menace a riveting reality. Kane looked at Red with a brief awareness. Red wrapped the wagon's reins around Kane's left forearm, squeezing Kane's open hand into a fist to grip the straps. Adding to wraps he cinched into a highwayman knot. Kane is now tied to the wagon. Red looked at Kane and the two bound figures in back. He whooped and the wagon rocked with his powerful leap back into the shadows. The mayor twisted, wide-eyed, to see past the sheriff. He rubbed his shoulder against the gag. He wanted to speak, to yell, to scream. Basil opened the swinging doors of the parlor's garage. Kane slapped the reins, setting the horse and wagon in motion. Kane, standing, drove the buckboard toward the hole, taking it wide in one direction before directing it sharply back in the opposite direction. The rear of the wagon is now closest to the hole. He stopped, looking down. Its depth is as black as a bucket of iron filings. Something blind must play the faint instrument Kane hears. The locket tune. An ugly, slow, bass dissonance. Kane lowered his tied hands to his side, using the one knot bound into a fist to pull his pistol. With a strain of will he managed to aim the gun down into the hole. His tangled mind lost another bout as he instead raised the .44 and shot into the air 3 times. A cautious group of spectators formed, a dozen or so. Carl, Sam and most everyone in the bar made up most of the gang edging in closer, wanting to see and solve the mystery of the perilously positioned buckboard. Kane backed the buckboard toward the hole, its back end just over the edge, the wheels a foot from dropping in. Mayor Bond managed to rub down the gag and yell, "He's got this last chance at public speaking and this perplexed bunch needs to be stirred to help him." Bond screamed, "Stop him. He's insane. He's going to kill me. That hunchback did it. All this. He's a witch. Him and that big Indian." A lightning critique flashed through Bond's mind that judged he shouldn't have mentioned witches and just repeated the first part. The back wagon wheels dropped over the edge and the buckboard tilted to 45 degrees. The mayor screamed for help. He kicked at the wagon's angled plank surface with his heels, trying to break his slide toward the hole. The heavy piggyback corpse helped push Bond toward the edge. The wagon thumped down hard to an acute angle. The mayor took a splintery slide across the rest of the wagon to stand on its flimsy tailgate. Sheriff Macklin's corpse made Bond bow forward, looking down into the hole. The tailgate is a gate, not something to handle a load. The two hinges attaching it to the wagon snapped at the same time. Mayor Horatio Bond and his partner in corruption tumbled end over end into the bottomless dark. Bond's dwindling screams echoed up from the hole. The buckboard's tilt pulled the front wheels clear of the ground. It scraped along its bottom, thumping over the center brace beam, until the front wheels touched ground again. It stopped for a brief review of what forces would go to work on it next. Then the front wheels backed toward the hole, pulled toward the load dangling into the void. Kane looks set for a backflip into the hole. He stands on the buckboard, leaned back, held in space by Red's doing. The tight end reins around his left arm. The two leather straps the only thing stopping him from joining Bond and Macklin. From the black depth, a whir sound built up from trifling hum to sawmill blade howl. The horse screamed as a cloud of biting insects covered its body, driving it frantic with fear and pain. Black and gold insects, the size of houseflies. They found Kane next, attacking his exposed flesh with painful bites. Kane's eyes focused. The nightmare trance had snapped and freed his mind. The powerless horse strained, rearing against the unmovable load. The harness kept it from escaping with a mad gallop. Kane thrashed, flailing with his free arm at the biting insects. He stood high in the air on the back of the inverted buckboard, covered with the glittering, flesh-eating bugs. Kane pulled his pistol and blew the pin clean through the whippletree attaching the wagon to the harness. He yelled in triumph at the circus shot. Here the coach fell away beneath Kane's feet. The horse burst into motion, snapping the reins taut, yanking the young freebooter into the air. Kane swung into the side of the hole and bumped over the edge. The horse's power and mad speed dragged him so his arm was almost parted from the shoulder. Kane gave the right yank to the highwayman knot and it released, leaving him to tumble and roll, sliding to a kneeling stop. He stood, hands freed, batting the insects with his hat. Kane's awakened senses were predator hot. Two shapes lodged for just an instant in the corner of his eye. Red and Basil, lurking in the alley leading from the funeral parlor. In the split second of recognition, Kane fired 2 shots. He hit them 3 times. The first shot knocked Basil's hat off, flinging out white hair with a bunch of it blown off his scalp. Basil just lucky it wasn't attached to brains. The second bullet wounded Red, twice, blowing a middle finger off his raised defensive hand and nicking off most of an ear. He slapped the wounded hand to his head and screamed. The insects flashed away, ink and gold sparks diving back down the hole. Kane gleaned that it's somehow tied to holing Red. Basil and Red fled from sight as Kane dropped the hammer twice on spent cartridges. He weaved as he felt for the cylinder to reload. Well, hell, I ain't done, Kane said, slowly leaning forward to collapse in a shock-exhausted heap. Sam and Cal rushed over to Kane. Each took an arm and easily hoisted his skinny frame. Cal looked at the empty funeral parlor alley as he said, "Let's get this boy away from whatever might be shooting back. And away from this damned hole the bar," Sam instructed. The two men looked at each other wide-eyed over Kane's rolling, bowed head. The rumbling deep in the hole doesn't quite muffle the mournful screams echoing up to their ears. Chapter 24. The sorry state of its green felt hat made a craps table out of Sam's dilapidated pool table. Cal and Sam thumped and dragged Kane onto its threadbare surface. They settled him onto his back and placed his hands and hat on his chest. Sam leaned back, taking a big wind recovery breath. He said, "Lord, now someone is going to have to figure out how to get down in that hole." Cal took a moment to figure out why Sam thought a whole expedition was warranted. What for? You think there's a mayor still any use down there? Sam shrugged and shook his head. No sheriff and now no mayor. Since Cal thought it an absurd concern, he said, think I should run? Sam looked at his best customer's familiar smart Alec grin and sparred back at him. Run away or run for office? Cal looked down, thoughts forming. Rejecting smart alecky for sincerity. I didn't think about running away. Probably not the worst idea. Both men sprung backward, startled, facing the bar entrance. 3 separate screams came tumbling over each other from outside the swinging doors. Sounds from a madhouse, not a small town at night. Sam gave a worried look at the doors, his voice quavering. Now what? Chapter 25. Kane struggled to wake up. He wanted to stick his head underwater. Some snow-fed stream. The edge of his vision is fogged and won't clear. He rolled and propped himself up on an elbow. Sam's looked empty from his craps table perch. He called out, "Sam?" Cal. No one answered. Kane listened. Silence smothered him in solitude. He looked at the swinging front doors, trying to remember if they creaked, thinking how loud it would sound if they creaked now. An unnatural black shows around the swinging doors, like a wall built of ocean bottom slime. Something out there should throw light, however dim. Kane swung his boots over the raised pull rail and pushed off. He landed, leaned back against the table for a couple of healthy heartbeats. His jaw muscles bunched in hard lines as he tensed all his bruised muscle. He relaxed and took a deep breath. Okay. Indian fighter. Empty shell casings hit the floor, bounced, making a loud jingle jangle in the silence. Kane loaded cartridges and walked slow toward the door, heels landing hammer gavel loud to his ears. He nudged open the swinging doors, pistol pointed out, held loose, ready to target. The blackness contains a surprise contrast. 100 feet from Kane there's a mist, giving off blue light bright enough to see. Kane stepped out. His boots found rocky ground unlike the coach ruts and beaten earth of Locust Street. Kane walked toward the mist, stopped, sensing something behind him. He looked back. Sam's saloon is gone, replaced by impenetrable black. His hat brim glowed, made translucent by an overhead light source. Kane looked up at a circle of light high above. He understood. He is in the hole. Kane squinted at the coin-sized light overhead. He heard the familiar sound of a pistol hammer click. He whirled into a crouch and fired. A silhouetted man dropped close to the glowing blue mist. Kane walked to the figure laying face down. He hooked a foot under the wounded man and turned him over. He looked down at his own face, twisted in pain. Kane croaked, "Abel, is it you?" He dropped to his knees, gut punched by regret. Abel's eyes opened. "Save me, brother. Balon wants his twin brother at his wedding. Baleem is coming." Kane's vision blurred with tears. "I'm sorry," Abel said. "Don't be sorry. Save the girl. Stop Balaam." Kane tried to find a handle on what Abel was saying. "I don't know who you're." Abel clutched Kane's arm, pulling his brother's face closer. Red is who you must stop. Red gave you that scar and made me his slave. So long ago." Abel's voice faded. "So long ago." Kane is 9 years old again, crying, placing his hand behind Abel's neck, feeling his slow pulse. "Abel, no, I didn't mean to. I'm sorry I couldn't help you." Abel's eyes flew open. New vigor went into his words. "Baleem is here. Those twinned in the dark are here." Abel's grip on Kane tightened. His face is happy. He said, "Brother, we can't be twinned. Grace can't be twinned. They fear us." A rumble shuddered through the ground. Rocks ticked against other rocks, as though Abel's defiant words angered the darkness. "You have to go. Go now." Abel released his brother's arm and drooped limp in Kane's grip. Kane laid him down slow, whispering, "Abel." The radiant blue mist silhouetted the brothers. The light winked out a new color replaced the blue. A fiery red outlined a cave mouth the size of Locust City Hall. From the cave an eerie sound of combative, competitive movement got louder, closer. These sounds were a near press to the chest of a rotting corpse. Hearing worms fight for dead flesh. Impossible sounds. Kane looked at his hands, covered in blood. Abel is gone. Kane stood, drew his gun, turned to run. There is nowhere to go, just more dark. The cave's red light extends to him and stops. Absorbed by a vacuum of black, Kane fired his revolver into the red cave. The shots were answered by a bone-loosening roar. He fanned his pistol, shot after shot, until the hammer hit spent ammo. Chapter 26. Kane woke in a seated position on the gaming table, fanning his empty gun. The nightmare seemed real. Too real to take for granted. His bewitched poisoning. The bites of himself carried away by the hellbugs. Down into that black world. Blood links between him and this witchery. An opened window into a closed-by realm. A warning about nightmare creatures that threaten grace. There's a riot sound of multiple disturbances outside the bar. Kane noted the clatter of empty cartridges around his boots, matching the start of his dream. Pistol loaded. He looked over the swinging door, hand touching the wood. A marked improvement over the dream. There is now natural light beyond the door. A moonlit fog gives the entire town a soft, pale glow. Shadows scuffle and wrestle in the mist. A gobble of voices hit Kane. Most of them register as anger. But the loud sounds, the screams, that was fear. Kane stepped outside with his gun out, wary. He holstered it when he felt the rutted street beneath his feet. That final reassurance he'd returned to the real world restored his normal confidence. Hazy form shambled by in front of him, headed for the hole. Kane moved closer to get a better look. Time to answer what was raising hell in Locust. Chapter 27. Kane's first good look told him things no one else would figure without the intuition and inklings gained from his vile dream. Two figures came out of the fog, one stumbling, the other bracing his blundering companion with a two-handed grip on the arm, directing them to the hole's edge. Kane recognized the man being helped along. It was the fellow he barged aside to get on stage with Grace. His partner was just as recognizable. They shared the same face, identical in feature size and position to the solid citizen Kane robbed of medicine show spotlight. But there was more wrong and unnatural here than a stolen face. First wrong. It was nude. Its nakedness exposed albino skin. Albinism grade by being halfway to transparent. Sour milk in a dirty glass. Kane thought. Its best feature was hair like the hunchback's. Long and snowy. The eyes were special wrong. The solid white of a cave-blind salamander. Soulless. They were twins. But a bottomless hole away from being identical. Kane knew he was looking at the engine for all the commotion of shouts and screams. These nightmare twins. Seeking. Finding. Fighting for their stupefied doubles. Dragging them away. Kane wondered. For what? He got no answer to that even as he witnessed this sleepwalker's fate. The hapless fellow came partial awake when two other albinos clawed onto his arms, neck, head. Spider jump quick. The three monsters whipped the man into the air, high enough for him to see the ground under his feet replaced by the yawning depth of the hole. A cruel, extra second of terror that let his unmuffled scream fill the air. Kane came close to shooting all three of the things. His blood boiled as they hopped, gleeful, delighted, gesturing at the point where the hole swallowed their victim. His tactical mind held his gun hand. No way to tell how many of these things were next to him in the fog. It couldn't end with him buried under a mob of these grubs. Not before he found Grace. His Grace. One albino turned, took several quick steps away from the other two and stopped. It studied the fog in front of its blind eyes. Kane got a shock. It looked like Sam. No red mustache and a couple of feature flaws. But it was damnable close to looking just like the saloon owner. The milk-skinned Sam scuttled away from the hole, heading toward Kane, his hand loose on the pistol butt. Kane watched it pass close by. It ignored him, concentrating on some destination in the fog. Kane followed, aware of other movements, other human beings shepherded to die in that hole. More screams. He fought the impulse to go wild, to walk into these demonic human sacrifices, blasting, shooting as many as he could, on foot with the ammunition he had. He chose to stay focused on the horror he was following. If it was after Sam, Kane would raise his own hell stopping the murder of a friend. The albino sped up, almost a run. Ahead of it, 3 figures in the fog. Kane recognized 2 of them, the ginger kid he pulled out of the hole and his mother. They were holding on to a big man that resembled Sam, trying to stop his resolute sleepwalk. They were slowing him, working to turn him away from the endpoint. That hole. Hey, Kane yelled, running. The albino twin clouted the woman with an open hand. Its blow silenced her shrill scream on a high note. She rocked back and the albino lunged in, gripping her throat. The ginger kid cried out and ran back a few paces in panicked retreat. He charged back, kicking the albino, screaming a high-pitched war cry. The albino continued to strangle the woman. She called out in a hoarse voice. John Kane grasped that this albino was for Sam's brother, the sleepwalker, John. He also understood what to do about it. You son of a bitch. Back away, kid. Not wanting to risk a shot into the tangled figures, Kane shot the creature's ankle. The shot kicked up dirt behind the splintered ankle. The albino howled in anger, its foot rolling to point sole up. It released the woman and turned on Kane, shuffling fast on the ruined foot. Kane took dead aim between its awful white eyes but yanked gun hand and arm back quick to protect his head. He had sensed the blind side blow as a glimmer before its impact. It was a wallop. He saw stars but his footwork took away a knockout. The few feet created by his sidestep and his twist away from the blow let Kane load a lot of boot into his answering kick. Kane's hard kick to its chest put the new albino attacker down on its rear. Kane thought, I put your twin down with the same kick. The translucent flesh and blind eyes can't hide who it's meant to twin Bill Sawdill, town bully. It snarled and scrambled up to join the crippled John twin in a lunging attack. With a clear backdrop, Kane fanned off to headshots. He hit albino John in the nose and albino Bill in the mouth. The 45 created a startling amount of mutilating damage to their sour milk flesh. Both albinos went to their knees, clear fluid pouring out of their ruined heads onto the ground. They shuddered like a single being. Kane's jaw dropped as they wobbled back to their feet and slowly limped back toward the hole, seeming to lose all interest in Kane and John. My lord, Kane said. He turned back to Sam's family. The woman sat on the ground, dazed. Her boy tried to comfort her, repeating the question, Are you okay, Mom? Aware of Kane looking at her, she pointed at a sleepwalking husband. Stop, John. Kane stepped into John's path and shoved him back, hoping an extra measure of rough handling could snap this sleeper out of his trance. John swung an beefy arm at Kane's head for a close miss. Okay, big guy. Kane knocked him out with a clean blow to the jaw. A bottle of the mist elixir popped out of the unconscious man's pocket and landed on the ground. The woman hurried over to cradle her unconscious mate. Kane pointed at the bottle. Did you drink any of that snake oil? The woman was puzzled. Number well don't. Kane said. Kane pointed at the back of Sam's saloon, just visible through the fog. Let's drag your old man in there. Yeah. The redhead looked at the distance with confidence. He's a good boy. Let's get him in there and you tie him up good with something. Kane replaced the cartridges he used on the albinos and caught up John's armpit and collar. The kid mirrored Kane's grips and they made quick work of pulling the big man down the short slope into the saloon. I got people that may need me out here. Kane looked back as he made to leave. It grieved him to look at the two, knowing he meant safety to them, but he couldn't protect them where he was headed. Keep your heads down. I'll see if anyone's getting out of this town that'll stop and get you. He stepped out of the saloon with the stern certainty he'd kill anything that needed killing to get to Grace. It didn't matter what level of hell it came from. Chapter 28. New strategy. A headshot for every albino crossing his path herding a sleepwalker to the hole, and a pistol barrel chop behind the ear for the sleepwalker. Rough, but beat waking up mid-fling into that abyss. The new policy didn't take long to try out. Kane was a couple of shops down from the saloon and saw 4 figures. He waded in and dropped the sleeper first. The 3 albinos hissed, screamed in unison and came at him from 3 sides. Kane remembered the first and almost last Indian he had shot recovering a kidnapped kid. The war scream of the Indian froze him and nearly got him skewered with a spear. That experience shielded him from much jolt owing to albino screaming. Alright then. Kane shot all 3 in the head. 2 go down but get back up like the last ones he shot. But 1 satisfied him by staying down. Kane thought, I got a little more skull on that one. Like before. The mortally wounded creatures scuttled in retreat toward the hole. Hey, boy, said a familiar voice. That you, Cal? Kane went quick to Cal's voice. An alley 2 doors away from the saloon. Cal said, I recognize that shooter of yours. Next to him Sam lays unconscious. Face up. Cal stands bent, one hand gripping Sam's shirt, taking a break from dragging his bartender friend. Kane asked, did Sam drink that hunchback suit? Cal said, he sure did. Even when I told him I was blinded for a week by a bottle of remedy. Cal copied Kane as he took a grip under Sam's arm. They hauled Sam toward his saloon. Cal said, you figure that's the cause of all this? Kane said, yep. Stay in that bar. You got company. Sam's brother John, his wife and kid are there. Kane straightened as they got Sam inside. In a hurry now. He didn't seem to be able to detach himself from this saloon. Just a quick nod at the kid and his mother and he was headed back outside. To Cal he said, and tie him up. I got to find Grace. Cal said, she might be the queen of this ball. She peddles the damn stuff. That statement angered Kane enough to stop halfway out the doors. Hell number. She's out there. She's in danger from that hunchback and his Indian. How do you know that? I just know. Kane said. The doors swung in hard as he bounded away. Down the sidewalk. Thinking about lost time. Chapter 29. Kane quick-timed it to the spot he'd last seen the medicine show coach. Down the T intersection with Main Street where the Indian drove the coach away from the big blaze. No coach. Instead, men with rifles and shotguns handed sacked up bundles to women and children on buckboards. Kane thought they were likely the folks that were entertained by the Hunchback's show but passed on samples. They're ready to escape the madhouse. Coming in. Kane called, moving slow with his hands in the air, walking over to the men. He flinched a bit when their weapons turned on him but no one pulled a trigger in panic. You folks got the right idea. This is the best thing to do. Get out. Kane told them about the saloon crowd he hoped they'd add. He realized it was a tough idea to swallow. Swinging back into the center of that mess. One fellow got a bold idea Kane liked. This fellow would swing by with a small empty wagon. Load everyone up and race back to the other 3 wagons. His wife commenced a savage protest. Kane doubted the bold plan husband could resist being talked out of his idea. Kane shouted, cutting through the squabble with the question he wanted to ask. Have any of you seen Grace, the girl from the medicine show? When they shook their heads and a few said no, Kane left them with a quick, good luck. Kane ran along a steep dirt path toward the back of a pole barn. He needed a high ground look around. Something that would be complicated by the fog. Next to the path the undergrowth rustled and an albino rushed at him. It was blasted down the same instant Kane set himself for a quick draw. Its white eye exploded, replaced by a black socket. Kane's shoulder rolled to the path's edge as another rifle shot screamed by, close to his head. "Hey, don't shoot me," a bass voice said. "Who's that, Kane?" The deep voice from the barn said. "Well, come on. We got some more boys at the blacksmith's." Kane rose, trying to ignore the shot albino's resurrection. It began a slow, weak crawl toward the hole. Chapter 30, Boot Hill. Locust had won. For the crows it was about a mile away from town. But if you were burying people, it came closer to being 5 miles. It took climbing a wooded, winding road meant to ease the work getting up the steep slope. Looking at the hill from Locust, the woods hid the road's climb. The thick timber also hid the change to flat open meadow on top of the hill. Dr. Basil McAvee's medicine show coach sat at the edge of the woods, next to the level expanse of the fog-bound graveyard. Distant faded the moonlit view of the headstones until they vanished entirely into the fog. Grace woke from her drugged sleep. The cup that used to contain Dr. McAvee's sweet tea dropped from her lap. A spoonful of remaining tea splashed at her feet. She realized with a start that she is handcuffed to the coach's stove. Red sat on top of the coach, legs crossed, head bowed. He looked up and his new eyes opened. Empty sockets that gave off radiant blue light. Smoke tendrils began rising from Red's head, the scalp, his nostrils. He opened his mouth and huffed out a blue smoke ring. Basil stood on the coach buckboard looking back at Red, seeing the change. The hunchback said. He turned, dropped onto the coach seat and snapped the reins on the 2-horse team. Grace felt the coach move. She bent her head down to the cuffs and took a pin from her hair. She put it in her mouth, bent over the cuffs again, raising up as the manacles fell from her wrists, clattering against the stove. Grace jumped up, made quick leaps to the coach's rear door, threw it open, turned to face the front of the coach and jumped backward. She pulled her dress high above her knees, freeing their movement. The coach's speed caused her to pitch forward, stumbling, pressed to keep the legs pumping fast enough to avoid falling. Grace planted a balance regaining foot and stopped, sliding on the grit. Grace hadn't a clue where she was. She did know she had been drugged. The devious act told her it was time to quit her job with Dr. McAvee's traveling medicine show. She started to walk, opposite the direction taken by the coach, thinking about luck. The two kinds. Grace shrank to the side of the road. A mounted figure emerged from the fog ahead of her. She straightened, hoping this meant help, but ready for fight or flight. The figure on the horse rode up close enough to make out. She smiled. "Look who's here." Chapter 31. Kane had just joined the vigilantes gathered at the blacksmith's shop when a scout rushed out of the fog to say, "There's a crowd of them white-skinned bastards at the stable." How many? Kane said. He could just make out the stable through the fog and imagined he could see movement. 2, 3 times as many as we got here. That caused a murmur among the 6 armed men. The fellow that nearly killed Kane moments before said, "Maybe we should rush him." Kane said, "That'd work if it wasn't for this fog. And how hard the damn things are to kill anyway. I'm thinking a hole through the gizzard would barely slow them down." The sound of nails being pried out of wood caught their attention. A tall, excited, skinny fellow, wearing a bowler hat, was prying a crate open. He dropped the crowbar, reached in and held up a stick of dynamite. He said, "Here's the answer to our problem." Kane said, "Have you used that?" The burly man with the bass voice said. "Hey look, coming down out of Boot Hill Road." Kane turned. The medicine show coach was a glowing ghost rolling out of the fog. Yellow light from 10 or more oil lanterns lit the top and sides of the coach. It looked festive, like a Christmas decoration. Kane started out of the barn, pushing through the men in his way. It allowed the skinny dude to get ahead of him. using his long legs to trot out toward the coach and light his stick of dynamite. Sparks lit his bowler as he said, "I'll stick this up that hunchback's stove hat." Kane saw the fuse was short. "Hey, that fuse." The man drew his skinny arm back to throw and exploded in a flash of thunderous white heat. Kane jumped and rolled flat before the fellow blew himself up. Debris landed around the smoking hole with liquid plops. One smoking chunk landed on Kane's hand. He yanked his hand back to knock it loose. The air smelled of firecrackers and smoked meat. His allies in the barn are shaking off the high explosives shockwave. Most of them are no longer wearing hats, stunned by the blast and its deadly effect. Kane wanted the bareheaded crew back to business. He stood, pointed and said, "They're getting worked up about something." The throng of albinos at the stable gobbled with excitement and swarmed out. Seen through the fog, a white fluid mass moving as a wave, bringing up the rear as the coach rolled toward the hole. "Worked up to no good. I have to see if Grace is in that coach," Kane said to the stout fellow with the deep voice, treating him as the leader he needed to keep things under control. "Let me look this over. I want to get that girl loose." As he left he said, "Leave that dynamite alone. If you never used it, you'll kill everybody." He hurried away, skirting the smoke and steam of the dynamite crater by a couple of feet. Chapter 32. Basil stopped the coach 20 feet from the hole. The rim of the abyss caught 2 lightning strikes. Window-rattling thunder shook Locust. A third blaze of electric energy struck the cavity dead center. Balls of white light shot out of the opening, detonating with loud concussions. Superheated sparks fell back into and around the hole. The ones that blazed on Main Street charred the dirt black. A firework display from hell. The albinos crowded around and surrounded the coach, recoiling from the ball lightning explosions. Their stirred-up jabber reached its peak as Red stood on the coach top's stage, his form engulfed in swirling smoke. Kane was close enough to see the smoke apparition, just beginning to understand what he was seeing when the smoke creature jumped from the top stage. Red landed and the thick smoke exploded away from him. Kane gaped at Red's new unnatural appearance, the blue light eyes. Red walked toward the hole, new smoke thickening about him. The older smoke expelled by his landing followed as tendrils. Combining with the fresher smoke, lightning struck the hole a 4th time. Smoke poured out the opening and thickened the swirling mass around Red, hiding him from view. The vortex of smoke glowed blue from within. It moved to the hole's edge and stopped. Kane edged toward the coach, absorbed and frightened by supernatural dread, man's greatest fear, the fear of the unknown. It had settled into Kane, finding too comfortable a home. He knew he had the courage that let a man be afraid and still fight, but this was a lot of fear, dangerous to Kane as an obstacle to his loose, reflexive violence. The coach's rear door opened and Basil stepped out. Kane's fear melted away, replaced by another intense emotion, hatred. Basil twirled Grace's handcuffs on his cane, the chain jangling. Albinos poured around the coach, gibbering, surrounding the hunchback. Basil's healthy albinism seemed to glow in contrast to the translucent, gray creatures around him. Basil said, "Before you ask, she's not here, but I'll meet her again. She has a wedding to go to." "What the hell wedding is Grace going to hers, my boy?" Basil laughed. First time Kane had heard him laugh and he decided he'd make it the last time. Kane swung his gun up and fired. One of the creatures jumped into the line of fire, taking the shot through its jawbone. Kane lost his chance at another clear shot as a cluster of albinos closed around Basil. Kane could see flashes of the hunchback's smiling face as he shouted, "Kill him! Kill them all!" For the dark one like bees with a single brain. The albinos dashed toward Kane, their hateful warbling filling his ears. Kane saw a fight was hopeless and spun, running away as fast as his legs would pump, as fast as he could ever remember running. Fear was at least good for improving a man's run speed. Rifle shots came from in front of him. Half the group from the barn had trailed him. 3 men firing into the monsters closing on him. Kane allowed himself some rear, side vision glances. A tangled albino pile-up gave him some breathing room. Kane skidded to a stop in front of the 3 men. It was obvious that none of them would be fleet of foot. Head for the saloon. We need a bottleneck for these things. Kane glanced toward the blacksmiths, invisible in the fog. He regretted not taking a stick or 2 of dynamite. He knew how to use the stuff. Damn it, he muttered. The men began running toward Sam's. Kane emptied his gun as a rearguard action before turning to follow. It was going to be ugly, tooth and nail. Cal gave the men a reprieve. As Kane leapt through the swinging doors, there was a heavy thump behind him. The old barfly had wrestled the craps pool table next to the door. He'd balanced it on edge, ready to drop lengthwise. Green felt facing out, only inches of open space at the top. A pandemonium of battering fists came through the table bottom. Several splintering cracks ended its crap shooting days. It screeched back by inches as albino claws poked out around the sides. Kane said, "Barricade the window. Make them work for it." 2 men picked up a round table, set an edge on the window frame and turned its top against the glass. The glass shattered and the table began to buck against their shoulders. Gray-white hands reached around the barrier, clutching at the men's arms and pop-eyed faces. One of the men laughed out loud as dirty nails clawed deep gashes across his mouth. He jumped away from his post, holding 2 hands to his bleeding face, still laughing loud. The remaining man was also being turned to tatters. His window plugging battle ended as the table edge fell off the frame sill and dropped to the floor. In an instant, 2 albinos were halfway through the opening. Old Cal's got a double-barrel treat for you fish bellies. 2 close together shotgun blasts resulted in 2 albino heads reduced to clear serum pulps. Popped blisters. Cal whooped at the result and broke the double barrel to reload. Kane had a foot right against the bottom of the table, reloading. He'd been firing into the cracked wood, point blank, head height, wanting to smash up as many ugly gray skulls as possible before they busted through. Strong hands circled Kane's neck from behind. Before the choke could sink in, Kane twisted and looked into a froth-flecked red mustache topped by Sam's blank stare. Cal cracked the back of the bartender's neck with the butt of his shotgun. Sam's head fell forward, hands dropping off Kane's throat. He slumped to the floor. Kane looked at the loose ropes around Sam's wrists, rubbed his throat, and said, "Where'd you learn to tie knots?" Cal looked sheepish and said to the red-headed kid, "Hey young'un, drag your uncle behind the bar for us." The kid dragged Sam like he was stuffed with feathers instead of triple the boy's weight, fear fueling his small muscles. He laid Sam next to the mirror fragments leaned against the wall. Kane noticed the table pounding had quit traveling into his foot and up his leg. Then the window crashed in with a stampede rush of 6 albinos. They sprawled and piled up. More came through, stomping over and around the 6 in the pile. "Odds just went to hell, boy," Cal said and fired his shotgun. The 2 window blokers vanished under the gray-skinned mob. The one with the ripped mouth laughed louder. Their stout leader cursed in his deep voice. "Damn you shits wrestling for control of his rifle. Now no more use than a stick." As the albinos gripping it tried to twist the weapon away, he kept his feet. Stumbling backward, Kane fired 6 quick shots. 3 satisfying head wounds, 2 high torso holes, and 1 head graze. That shot peeled off see-through gray skin, scalping it to the bone. A flash of blue lit the thing's thin skull from within, showing the dark mass of its brain. As quick as that blue flash, Kane knew reloading would send him under a pile of rending gray terror. He used a kick to the closest albino's head to propel him toward the bar. Kane dove in at a slant, landing on his back, spinning on the polished countertop. He landed on his feet behind it. Kane absorbed all the battle details in a frozen instant. The stout man, losing his balance with 4 albinos attached to him. Cal, next to Kane losing his shotgun, falling back against the wall, and the woman. He had forgot her, moaning, holding her bound husband, trying to wedge herself into the bar next to his knees. In the corner of his eye Kane saw the red-headed kid sail a broken piece of mirror at an albino clambering over the bar. The sharp glass cut deep, sticking in the albino's neck and shoulder muscle. It yanked the mirror from its flesh, howled, dropped the mirror and fell backward off the bar. Kane was past trying to understand anything. He reacted to this flash of odd behavior with a step closer to the wall to pick up a chunk of broken mirror. He held it out facing an albino ready to leap onto Cal. It screamed and redirected its spring straight up, hitting its head on the ceiling. "Grab you a big piece of this mirror," Kane said to Cal and the kid. He high-kicked his hips up to the bar's height and slid, landing in the throng of albinos. He held the mirror out and the monsters wilted before it, hurting his ears with their howls, knocking the ones behind them out of their way to elude the mirror's gaze. Kane's foot slid through blood on the floor, the vital fluid a mix of the 2 mutilated men laying there. Cal saved the deep-voiced vigilante from mortal injury with his mirror piece, making 3 albinos scream at their reflections and spring off the man. The ginger kid brought up the rear, his hand cut, bleeding from the tight grip on his triangle of glass. Chapter 33. The albinos tumbled out of Sam's, onto the street. Their agonized shrieks halted when, as one, the things turned their backs on the men with mirrors. They looked up, out over the fog-shrouded buildings of Locust, sensing a new development. There was a rumble. Cal said, "That sounds like it's up on Boot Hill." A bigger rumble sent a wave through the town. Signs swung, wood groaned, glass cracked. Kane had to work to keep his balance. He said, "That one was here." Blinding lightning caused thunder that punched through the body like a dynamite blast. Another dead center bolt spearing the hole. The albinos all screamed with a hellish version of ecstasy. They flew back toward the coach and the hole. Cal said, "Did we win?" Kane looked back the quarter-mile to the hole where the gray monsters had gathered at the edge. His mouth opened. His eyes were wide. He said, "Don't look like it." Kane had seen big animals. Buffalo, elk. He had even seen an elephant in a circus. Coming out of the hole there was something bigger than that elephant, looming. Its head and shoulders off and on, visible through a swirl of dense, white smoke. "Baleem," Kane said. "What?" Cal asked, transfixed by the indistinct behemoth. "It's the big Indian Red's brother." "That ain't any Indian's brother, boy. Any family that thing's got is in a nightmare." "Yep. That's where I was introduced. It had 12-foot-long columns for arms, as big around as a circus fat lady. It's enormous. Fat hands could wrap around a man's body. A white Hulk standing eye level with Mayor Bond's office window, 2 stories high. Kane estimated the thing would make 4 or 5 elephants. Bits of rigid, gray plates were stuck on its massive torso and stump legs. The delirium nightmare corner of Kane's mind told him it was bits of shell. A cocoon this thing hatched from and recreated when it slept. "It's smolting," Kane said out loud. "How about that?" Cal said, mesmerized, with no idea what molting meant. Its sperm whale-shaped head was obscured by a smoke glass, glossy membrane. The eyes didn't show. Only the dark hollow of sockets big as a man's head. The nasty wetwork of a snail's mouth was displayed below the membrane. Pointed teeth set in circular rows, opening and closing, going from a shrunken, hat-sized sphincter to a 2-yard wide maw. The ugly mouth made a steam train huffing sound, catching its breath from the hard work of being reborn. The coach's horses reared, ready to run. With a whip crack, Basil let them run, reining the animals back toward Boot Hill. Kane stepped into the empty street to watch its yellow lights disappear into the fog. Half the albinos ran after the coach with a clamor of high-pitched howls. The other half of the albinos tended to Baleem, the behemoth. As it began to walk, it roared as they ripped bits of the sticky hard shell from its legs and torso. As the gooey, scabby bits were removed, the giant began to walk with freer movement, clamping onto round, elephant-shaped feet the size of wine vats. It leaned forward, allowing an ape-like knuckle walk with the long arms. Glass dropped from the broken windows behind Kane as another quake shook the town. He took a half step to catch his balance. The behemoth moved away from the hole, coming toward them. Kane pressed Cal's chest with his right hand, nudging him back into the bar. Both of them walked backward, eyes glued to a new oddity. Red now sits on Baleem's shoulder, blue-lit eyes glinting, taking a ride, keeping his brother company on the long uphill walk to Boot Hill. The albinos dodged about the behemoth's pile-driving feet, touching, running ahead, turning, hopping, circling back. Foot soldiers with impatient, evil energy. They showed no interest in the dark saloon or the tense audience inside watching the bizarre circus go by. Kane turned, looking at the shambles of the bar. Everywhere glass, broken furniture, blood and whatever leaked out of damaged albinos, and two dead men with terrible wounds. Someone would see to them. Someone that had the time. They're headed for Boot Hill, Cal said. Kane said, now's the time for everyone else to get out of here. Wait a minute. Look. Cal pointed at an albino on the outside walkway, swaying to its feet with wood splinters sticking out of a .44 size chunk of missing head. There's ones left, Kane said. Don't worry. All the bad hurt ones are no longer on the team. The wounded albino showed Kane something new. It fell down and putrefied. It went to its knees, a solid figure, crumbled into a churn of white pus, and vanished in a flash of green vapor, leaving behind an odor of rot. Cal said, I may be sick. Kane shook Cal by his arm. I'm going for my horse. Round this group up and get some miles out of here. Cal said, you following that mess up there? Grace is probably up there. One is probably good as 100 to get her out. And you're the one I always have been. I gotta try. Chapter 34. The horse was sleek, solid black. A powerful health seemed to radiate from it. Grace had been riding in its saddle for several minutes. Her young dinner date, newly shaven, dismounted when they met in the road, helping Grace into the saddle with the odd statement, let's get you situated. He had led the horse off the road into the woods. She had been catching her breath, recovering her natural calm, relieved and happy to see Kane. Her words rushed out. How she woke from a drugged sleep handcuffed to a stove. Bragged about her lock-picking skill. Getting free and leaping from the fast-moving coach. There had been a couple of ahas from him. And then she realized he had disappeared. The horse walked as purposefully as when Kane had led it. Kane. Dang it. Where are you? Grace said, her quiet voice not matching her quickened pulse. The sudden fear she felt climbing uphill. Alone. In this dark, foggy wood. The horse reached level ground and left the trees. Grace saw the Boot Hill graveyard for the first time. The sight of the fog-shrouded tombstones told her 1,000 ghost stories all at once. That's how her heart reacted anyway. Number. A horse. Grace leaned across the animal's neck, reaching for its reins. It shook its neck, causing Grace to push back to recover her balance. It stopped, becoming a black statue. Grace put all her weight on one stirrup to dismount. Cal had been correct. The first quake had been from Boot Hill. It rumbled and the horse reared. Grace hung onto the saddle horn and remained mounted. Half an acre of graveyard erupted straight up. Clods of earth fell from the sky. Several tombstones landed with heavy thuds. Fog puffed up in smoke rings from the impacts. A flat-topped stone monolith now reared 15 feet high. replacing the middle of Boot Hill graveyard. Grace recognized what it was. A massive, circular stage of solid rock, moss-covered stones pushed up in a relentless, plowing rise from the ground. Roots snapped, clods of earth sloughed off and disappeared in the mist. The rough stones pointed up out of the fog to the top of stage, forming a staircase for actors to ascend. A final structure thrust up from the stage's center, appearing with a loud screech, rock grinding against rock. Solid stone carved into a phallus shape. It was as big around as a Roman temple's column, towering 30 feet in height. Grace said at the sight. The sound of her voice seemed to trigger another weird event. Carved runic symbols started to glow all along the top of the curved stage. Grace dived forward and drew back with the horse's reins in her hand. She enjoyed it when the animal shook its head. Too late to foil her. Grace pulled the reins and gave a light kick with the stirrups. The horse ignored her prompts to move, standing still, neck bowed, chin tucked, looking sculptural again. Kane, where are you? The fog swallowed her effort at raising her voice. She gave a harder kick and a harder pull of the reins and got the same stoic rejection from her mount. A short whistle reached her ears and the horse began walking toward the stage. Grace tried to direct it to turn and it ignored her again. The stubborn animal stopped next to the stone stairs rising to the stage edge. Grace turned in the saddle and she saw the familiar coach headed up the hill. Just yesterday sight of the wagon had filled her heart with a fun-loving joy. Now it caused her a chill of dread. And then she saw the trailing albinos. This first view of the naked, scurrying obscenities brought back that feeling of 1,000 ghost stories all at once. Kane, let's go. She put everything she had into the yell. Standing in the stirrups, strong hands reached around her waist and picked her out of the saddle. She found footing on the stone stairs and turned in his grip. She realized then it was not Kane. Who are you? He had a dreamy distance to his reply. I guess I'm the best man. Chapter 35. Kane made a cautious approach to the blacksmith shop. The saddlebags over his shoulder made annoying clinks in the silent blanket of ground cloud. The clinks were from mirror fragments that might be handy. No vigilantes. Their absence was probably a story but not one he was interested in. He wanted dynamite and his horse. The fog is dense as it's been. Thick enough to shroud vision to an arm's length. Kane whipped around at a sound. You're supposed to be leading the retreat, he said. Cal said, I can always run. I decided I'd be more help here. Kane clapped him on the back and pointed toward the invisible stable. We'll need the horses. We lose this race on foot. I've worked that stable. I remember your buck. Cal headed off into the wet fog. Shotgun held across his chest. Old buck, now don't get ahead of yourself, Kane said as Cal disappeared. He set his clinking saddlebags on a rough table and finished opening the box of dynamite. Kane crimped fuses, prepping with rapid, practiced expertise. He jammed the other bag with single sticks, fuses primed. He thought of the behemoth as he wrapped together a 4-stick bundle. The fog muffled it but the intensity of Cal's scream reached Kane and jolted him into furious speed. He tossed the dynamite mirror-style bag across the horse hitch fronting the smiths. With a stick in his gun belt, he drew his pistol and ran toward his friend's scream. Kane stopped in front of the fog ghost outline of the stable. Frost ice seemed to form along his spine. He said, I was pretty sure you were dead. Sheriff Macklin stood next to the stable, corpse white, swaying. It is wearing baggy clothes that belonged on Mayor Bond. For just an instant, he became a bleached white version of Bond, popping the fit out on the mayor's duds, and just as quick, was Macklin again, changing bodies like cream cake frosting squeezed into a sausage skin. It changed again. He stuck as Bond long enough to start a howl of pain that was finished by the reanimated sheriff. A shifting from one shape to another apparently hurt. It stood, quivering, with two lighted oil lanterns in its hands. Cal is crouching on all fours in front of the thing, wet and dripping. Kane smelled the caustic odor of the coal oil soaking his friend's hair and clothes. Whatever the creature was or used to be, it still had a brain. The Macklin thing spoke in a distorted gargle, just recognizable as the sheriff. "I don't know what I am," Kane said. "Well, I do. Back off, Macklin. Bond, whatever you are, I'll shoot you in your ugly mouth again." The undead sheriff made a high, warbling sound and smashed one lantern against the stable side. With a whoosh, flames rushed up the wall to the roof of the stable. It blazed all along the wood on pre-splashed kerosene trails. Kane shot the sheriff in the chest as Cal tried getting to his feet. He was forced to hold his fire as Cal stood, blocking a second shot, wobbling about on unsteady legs. The Macklin thing rocked back from the bullet's impact and changed into the bleached skin mare. It swung the other lantern at Cal. The lantern chimney shattered on Cal's back, setting his kerosene-soaked body on fire. Cal sprinted away, whirling his arms, engulfed in flames. He screamed, feet racing, his mind lost to the agony of his burning flesh. Kane sped after his pain-crazed friend, tripping Cal to the ground, catching his pant leg on fire doing it. Kane ripped his shirt off and smothered the flames on his leg. He then sprung to the man writhing, flaming, on the ground. "Roll, Cal!" Kane slapped the shirt up and down on the flames. The heat seared his chest and arms before he'd snuffed it out. What used to be Cal was burned down to the bone in places. Skin turned to charcoal. Locust's humorist barfly exhaled a gasp of smoke, curled into a ball and stopped moving. Kane's arm gave a reflex jerk, flinging high the remnant of flaming shirt as it scorched his hands. The chain-entwined locket and whistle fell from the devoured shirt and he snatched them out of the air. Kane rose, took his hat off, his eyes fixed on Cal's sizzling corpse. He hadn't removed the hat to mourn. Kane put Grace's locket and whistle in his hat and replaced it on his head. The sheriff's cruel laugh blended into the mayor's false laugh, back into the sheriff's, a macabre yodel. Kane turned toward the laughing sheriff thing, its slouching form silhouetted by the burning stable. There was room for nothing but killing in the young man's heart. Bare-chested, Kane advanced, closing up the yards Cal had run, his pistol aimed. "I'm stomping whatever you are into, pig slop. I hope there's enough man in you left to feel it." The albino Macklin hoisted a canister and poured kerosene over its head. The stable behind it roared as the fire grew. The horses inside screamed. Big man clothes, sloppy, soaked with kerosene, hung off the creature's white flesh. It walked to meet Kane with arms outspread, a preacher from hell welcoming parishioners for baptizing. The albino freak stepped onto the dying flicker of the fire trail left by Cal. It burst into flame 1 second. Macklin fried. The next second, Bond burned. It charged at Kane, warbling obscenities, nude, clothes burned off, a sizzling, shape-shifting blob of flame. Kane pulled the dynamite stick from back of his gun belt. He bent, used Cal's flame trail to light the fuse. He threw the dynamite hard and flattened. Even with his hands over his ears, he heard the satisfying final scream of the infernal evil before it exploded. Kane scrambled up, watching the ball of smoke and fire climb and disappear into the fog. It stank. Foul. Flaming chunks fell around Kane as he ran toward the stable inferno. Hoarse screams galvanized his sprint. Kane tripped and went down. He looked at his snared boot. A one-armed, blackened chunk of torso clutched Kane's foot with its sizzling, charred hand. Its open-mouthed head, smoking and hissing, looked mostly like Macklin. Kane used his free boot to kick it between its empty eye sockets. The clutching hand melted away to pus. It all putrefied away to green vapor like the earlier albino. Back when Cal was alive, Kane barely noted the awful sight. He was on his feet and flying to the stable. He kicked the flaming door's crossbar out of its brackets and swung the doors open, springing back as the first crazed horse bolted out of the smoke-filled stable. Kane dived into the hot smoke and started opening stalls. 3 horses dashed for the open door. Buck a horse screamed in the back stall. Kane coughed, leaned over and pushed into the densest smoke. Outside, another maddened horse bolted out. The stable was completely cloaked in flame. Mounted bareback on his horse, Kane exploded out of the smoke billowing from the stable door. The roof collapsed and showered sparks on horse and rider as they raced away. Chapter 36. Dr. Basil McAvee hopped down from the coach buckboard, stripping his coat off with a jumpy albino's help. He started unbuttoning his shirt. Lovely Grace, Kane's twin, and Grace stood together on the stone staircase. Abel is behind Grace, holding her arms. Basil's smug attitude, added to his slow shirt unbuttoning, made Grace think he planned on rape. She laughed at him. Just try, Basil said. You are not for me. You are for Red, isn't she? Basil finished taking his shirt off. Grace stared, her mouth open. Basil's naked torso revealed a detailed view of his hump. It's a grotesque head, half the size of a normal human skull. A distorted face bore a failed resemblance to Basil. It had the same snowy white hair, but the eyes were sized different. One was hen egg size and the other a black marble of pupil, both set under black eyebrows like Basil's. Its wet lower lip drooled across a shoulder attached to its lone, twiggy arm. The hump. Micah gasped and inhaled fresh air. It said, oh my god, the hideous knob of flesh could speak. It said, yes, she is the master's bride tonight. He has waited too long for the right one. I'm marrying Red? That gross, awful, Indian savage. Basil slapped her and said, explain to her little brother. Micah spit his words at Grace, scolding her with a high-pitched exultation. He is gatekeeper to the elder beings, life older than this world, moving through levels of existence that would drive any mortal man mad. Basil and Micah joined voices, screaming together. He is Balaam, brother to the behemoth. Baleem. An unearthly roar came up the wooded hill. The ground rumbled again. The albinos clustered tight around the 3 on the stairs, warbling, gibbering. For Grace, of all the horrors this night, the albinos were the worst. Her human locust audience mocked by these likenesses copied in corpse gray flesh. Basil slid into a tunic handed to him by an albino. Its design has 2 openings for the Micah head and arm. Basil drew the tunic tight with a belt and Micah tied his collar's neckline with his twiggy arm. Basil said, make her ready. 3 albinos grabbed her away from Abel. This was not part of our agreement. Grace twisted loose and kicked one of the things to the ground. Abel stepped back in and twisted Grace's arm behind her back, holding her still. I know who you are. Your brother is here, Abel. He loves you. He thinks about you every day. Abel's reply was stern and indifferent. I think about him every day. Abel extended Grace's twisting, kicking, battling body back to the albinos. Slimy frogs. Basil said to Abel. You and your brother may well meet again tonight, Abel. Micah laughed and adopted a derisive tone. Yes, this is what Kane does. He rescues people. Everyone except his brother. Micah repeated the observation, doubly amused as he said it the second time. Everyone except his broth. Micah stopped laughing and speaking as the bore of Abel's 44 revolver appeared in front of his mouth. Abel said, I know someone's about to lose a brother. Grace said, don't Abel. Micah looked quickly at Grace, astounded by her empathy for him. Abel said, I guess I'll go see about Kane. See how he did. He's lucky after all. Abel holstered his gun with a quick thrust into the worn leather. Micah sighed in relief. Basil made an effort to placate Abel, wanting to calm any temper left in this volatile and dangerous slave of Balaam. The hunchback said, yes, You know best. Red would like that. Abel spit on the ground at mention of Red's name. Grace said, Abel, you're good. Help me. Help Cain. Help your brother. Abel mounted his black horse. With no rein command, the animal walked over close to allow Grace a clear view. He took his hat off and leaned as though bowing. Grace stared, lips parted, at Abel's exposed head. The top of his head is bare skin. The bone of the skull was translucent to the luminance of a faint blue light. The shadow of his brain floated in the blue glow. He replaced the hat. Abel said, maybe he can sell me on that idea before I shoot him between the eyes. Enjoy your honeymoon. The black horse turned and trotted away as Abel whipped the slack reins around the saddle horn. Arms loose at his sides. A passenger on an undirected mount. Grace swore at his departing back. Bastard. Basil took a bundle from an albino. Wonderful actress. Grace, now you must dress for your greatest role. Basil pulled a black and red, silky gown from the bundle and held it up for display. Basil gestured, pointing from the albinos to Grace. Prepare her. Additional albinos mobbed Grace, burying her beneath them. Her dress was ripped to bits and thrown from the writhing pile. Grace's voice is muffled but loud. Get off 8-year-old from Mika's best eye. His quick, tiny hand rubbed it away and he managed control of the strange emotion he felt. He didn't want a diluted version of the feeling passed to Basil, choosing to make a secret of his weakness. Chapter 37. Cain rode Buck into the woods, climbing to Boot Hill, working the horse with a steeper zigzag climb, trying to offset the behemoth's lumbering lid. The retrieved dynamite mirror saddlebags made occasional rattle and jingle noise shifting with the sloping ground. They scurried up an incline topped by a gully. Cain gave a start at the moonlit outlines of a ragged ruin. Perched on this first bank was an overgrown, derelict wagon. It looked like a huge insect. Considering everything that had happened in the past hours, why wouldn't there be giant insects slumbering on the hill? Cain rolled the scare out of his tense shoulders and went down the bank to make the steep climb on the other side of the gully. There was the sound of another horse parting brush ahead of him. Cain pulled his gun and challenged the shadow up the hill. Come ahead, easy, the way Cain likes it. Get out here in the clearing. Turn around. The mounted man stopped, upper body obscured by deep shadow. His hands were raised. The black horse did the requested turning. It rotated in the sort of tight circle only seen in parade-trained animals. Cain said, that's a trick pony for sure. You don't know how special this horse is. Abel rode out of the dark into a beam of moonlight. Am I dreaming again? Abel looked at Cain coolly. It's true, brother. I led quite a life. Do you want to hear about it? My god, Abel. You're alive. Yes, I want to hear about it. Cain holstered his gun. I had a dream with you in it. You were telling me about that thing. He pointed toward faint albino ruckus sounds coming from uphill. I didn't understand it all. I just know we need to help Grace. That's what you said in the dream. Help Grace. Abel rode in close to Cain. Strange. I don't remember that dream. The black horse's head darted. Its powerful jaws chomped into the back of Cain's gun belt and yanked him from the saddle. Buck bolted. Cain was slung hard onto his bare back and rolled over his head to his belly. Cain pushed his chest up, dazed. Abel flung himself from the saddle and sprang at his brother. Cain drew his pistol just as Abel kicked and the pistol flew from his hand. Abel pulled a boot back to stomp Cain's face. Cain caught the raised boot and swept Abel's supporting leg out from under him. The brothers scrambled to their feet at the same time. Cain backed away when Abel drew his gun. Is this our reunion, brother? I'm not ashamed to say it, Abel. I've cried thinking about us. About you. Cain heard branches cracking to his side and barely dodged a kick from Abel's horse. He said, "What the hell with that horse?" Abel said. "Maybe this has something to do with it, as he did for Grace." Abel removed his hat and revealed the blue glow showing the dark solid of his brain. I often see through Shadow's eyes. I join him. In the past, his voice became distant. Speaking of a dream, others have joined me. Abel replaced his hat. Is that your name then? Shadow? Is Abel gone completely? Call me Abel. Something in me likes that. Abel cocked his pistol. Say my name one last time, brother. Kane said. Go straight to hell, Mr. Whoever. I'm proud I had a brother named Abel that died saving my life. Abel hesitated. Shadow kicked Kane's head a glancing blow. Hat flying. He hit flat on his back, unconscious. The locket and whistle bounced on his chest. Abel used his gun to push Kane's head to one side. Shadow's kick had opened a bleeding forehead wound. That tomahawk scar is open again, brother. He noticed the locket and twined its chain on the pistol barrel, bringing it up eye level. A trinket for Grace. Shadow lunged, chomping at the locket. Abel shoved the horse's head. Shadow, mind yourself. Abel opened the locket and saw the facing photos. Twins. The locket's ugly tune began. Shadow whinnied and reared. Abel dropped to his knees. The locket dangled from his open hand. The tune grew louder as the crown of his hat glowed blue, then red. Chapter 38. Grace's head was covered by a red silk hood. The chill of damp stone came through the sheer fabric of her new costume. She stood, hands and feet bound, stretched half around the column's base. She couldn't see through the hood, couldn't see the stone phallus that towered above her. These evil things didn't want her to see what they were doing. She shivered. They wanted to surprise her. Basil yanked the hood from her head. She saw the behemoth looming just beyond the stage's edge. Her mind didn't know what she was seeing, what it was she could possibly be seeing. She screamed the moment it was accepted as real. Red stood on the stage between Grace and the massive creature, naked except for the loincloth costume he wore in the medicine show. He gazed at her, blue light pouring from his eye sockets. Smoke puffed from his nose and mouth as he breathed. Grace continued her scream. Basil pranced, playing conductor with his cane as a baton, motioning, stretching high, encouraging Grace to sustain her scream's high note. The scream stirred up extra jabber from the albinos. The scream also excited the behemoth. It reached out and touched the glowing runes covering the stage. The behemoth's hand vanished in a flare of light with a thunderclap boom. It roared in pain. The runes reacted by shining bright white before dimming back to an alcohol fire blue. A flash pan instant of blinding light. It smelled for an instant like dung thrown on hot coals. Red laughed at the behemoth's mistake. The towering creature roared at Red, who had turned toward it, enjoying its anger and pain as cruel entertainment. A brother teasing a brother. The hump, Micah, is the only sympathetic witness to Grace's stress. Micah reached for the whistle hanging around Basil's neck. The twin to Grace's whistle. Basil's sadistic joy over Grace's terror switched in a flash to anger with his Siamese twin. Micah, don't touch that. Grace looked straight into Micah's mismatched eyes. Help me, Micah. Basil glanced sideways and read the pathetic concern written on Micah's ugly little face. Basil gave him a quick, short-distance slap. Concentrate on business at hand. Micah hissed and struck Basil. His twig of an arm blurred with the speed of a cat. The little sharp-nailed hand scored deep scratches into Basil's cheek. Micah's skill at blocking more slaps by Basil's hovering hand in this close quarter fighting had happened in the past. Micah caught Basil's thumb and bit it. Basil screamed. Parasite Basil struggled to free his thumb. The brothers found themselves airborne, yanked up from behind by Red. Basil stumbled a bit, recovered and faced Red. Red Balam, belched smoke and roared. Look what you do. He yanked Basil's arm and pointed at the albinos, slap fighting and choking each other with murderous relish. An infection of violent passion via some occult linkage to Basil. A linkage burdening Basil with the job of foreman over the albino horrors. The behemoth picked up a scuffling albino and popped it into its pulpy, needle-toothed mouth. The albino had time for one high-pitched scream before the squeeze action of the powerful mouth sphincter turned its body into gore morsels. No, Red roared in alarm. No, eat that. His eyes blazed, anger spiking. He grabbed Mika's head in his rough, big tendon hand. The painful grip caused Mika to scream. Stop, you're hurting me. This is trouble. No more trouble, Red said. Mika's little skull made a nut-cracking sound in Red's grip. Mika wailed. There was a hard thwack of wood on bone. Red jerked back, releasing Mika from his grip. Blood flowed from a wound on Red's head. Red touched the head gash, gazed at the blood on his fingers. Blue light and smoke roiled out of his eye sockets. Basil drew his arm back for another lick with his heavy cane. Savage. Keep your hands off the McAfees. Red ripped the cane from Basil's grip and delivered his own crushing blow. Basil dropped to his knees and fell onto his face. Blood streamed from where his face pressed into the stone stage. The blood turned pinkish translucent as it flowed over the pulsing glow of the runes. Mika swiveled his short neck and looked up at Red. You savage. You've killed him. Red held a cane, frozen in place, looking down at Basil's ruined, oozing head. Grace screamed. A stout albino had its hands on her hips and is lifting and tugging, like it wanted that part of Grace on the ground and didn't care if her arms and legs broke off. Red stepped forward and clubbed the albino to its knees. It rolled and crawled away writhing with pain. Red turned, confronting the melee of squabbling albinos. He screamed a word. Car torn, the albinos froze in place, turned into trembling statuary, their soulless white eyes somehow focused on Red. The behemoth took the opportunity to pick up one of the paralyzed creatures and pop it in his mouth. Red hissed, pivoted and threw the cane down next to Basil. He gripped under Basil's shoulders, yanked him to his feet and shook him. The smashed head, snowy white hair soiled with gore, gave a useless wobble. Mika pointed at his chin. Red said, you walk. Red jerked Basil's white hair and used the ruined head for a handle, its mouth gaping, dead eyes fixed. Walk, Red said. Mika looked past Basil's split skull into the awful glowing smoke of Red's eyes. His first solo body sensation was his bladder emptying. The left foot lifted and planted. The ankle rolled over a bit and recovered. Mika was astounded with this physical revelation. He could indeed move the body that he had been a part of so long. The feet were planted pigeon-toed, one forward, one back. Mika's first step. Red yanked Basil's hair with impatience at Mika's clumsiness. He looked over his shoulder just as his behemoth brother ate another albino. Smoke seething enraged again. He yanked loose a clump of Basil's long white hair and pushed it into Mika's tiny mouth. Red knotted Mika's tunic collar under the hunchback's fused flesh and shook him. Walk. The hunchback's second foot shuffled forward next to the first. Red took Mika's jaw and squeezed his hair-filled mouth. He said, now you brains. Red dropped his grip on Mika, turning back toward the behemoth. He shouted another word, a word with the apparent power to release the albinos from their paralysis. Tornaka, the albino scrambled away from the enormous hand, reaching for another hell-twin meal. It snagged one. Red bolted toward the hapless, screaming albino and managed to grab its ascending feet. He pitted all his arm strength into a tug of war with the behemoth. He quickly lost the war. Red struggled for balance on the edge of the 15-foot stage and fell off. Mika stumbled a bit as he carefully turned and came back toward Grace. He was distracted, wincing, spitting and pulling his brother's hair from his mouth. He stopped in front of her, looking at his feet, then up at Grace like a proud toddler, with his big and little set of eyes telling the pretty lady, look at me. Grace is revolted and struggled to hide it. Red's absence had to be utilized. She said in a small voice, Mika, get me loose please. Mika stumbled, surprised by her plea. He said, they will kill me. Grace said, Won't they kill me, oh number? You will be the new bride. You will reign in the dark. Over the life in the dark. Mika paused and gestured at one of the nearest grey-skinned human caricatures, jabbering, staring at them with its poached eyes, giving life to the silver twins of those in the light. Grace looked at the awful thing. Oh my god. Grace's eyes filled with tears as she looked at Mika. I would go insane. True. Yes. They all seem to. All Mika said. There have been many before Basil and I. Stop it here, Mika. They've killed your brother. They'll kill you now. After this is over. Mika pulled on the chain around Basil's neck. The whistle at the end came into view. Perhaps. My whistle. Mika said. There are two. This is ours. Mika took a sad look at Basil's bloody, unrecoverable head. Basil and I. Red is back on the stage yelling at Mika. Get Kane. Heard them. Control Young. Startled by the fearsome reappearance of the demonic Indian, Mika turned and stumbled. He dropped to a knee next to the cane to pick it up. I'll try. Red screamed. No try. Am I late? Red jerked around to see the source of the voice. Abel was there, riding Shadow, leading another horse by the reins. The led horse was Buck with Kane slung across the saddle. Kane. No. Grace screamed the words. Her grief then turned into a sustained wail. The blue flame flared from Red's eye sockets. He pounded a fist into the palm of his other hand. The crown of Abel's hat flashed in reaction to the angry gesture. Abel bowed his head, pinching and massaging the bridge of his nose to soothe the hex headache. You help. Here Abel stood on the top of his saddle and vaulted to the stage, walking toward the center and Grace. She looks at Abel with her teeth bared and clenched in a snarl, tears streaming from her eyes. Abel rubbed his temples, looking at the half-dead hunchback next to her. Basil looks a bit droopy. Mika swayed and caught his balance. Red's body language said he'd clout Abel once he's closer. The furious Indian creature belched smoke, pointed at Kane and demanded. He dead? Abel said. Not quite. Kane stood up on Buck's back, saddlebags across his shoulder, and jumped on stage smoking a cigarillo. Kane said. Should have killed me in that horse trough. Red. Grace screamed something that probably was meant to sound like Kane. It definitely projected to the rear seats. Kane said. I'm here for you. Grace. Red signaled the albinos toward Kane. Kill. Abel drew his gun. Look at me. Balam. Red came to a startled halt. He recovered and dived to the ground as Abel fired. An ankle-tackled albino gave Red a shield to roll behind. Abel fired again and splattered the albino's head. Kane looked up and saw the behemoth swinging down a steer-sized hammer fist. Abel. Jump. Abel's shoulder rolled away as the behemoth slammed a huge fist down, just missing him. Contact with the luminous stage caused a new explosion and flare of light. Baleem. The behemoth roared, its hand smoking from contact with the glowing runes. Kane drew a chunk of mirror from the saddlebag across his bare chest. The closest albino turned its headlong charge into a sideways frog hop to avoid its reflection. Kane ran to center stage and used the mirror to cut through the rope binding Grace's wrist. You came for me. That's my job. Before he could raise the mirror again, 3 albinos piled into Kane, driving him away from Grace. The mirror fell and broke to pieces. The saddlebags were yanked loose and landed with more cracking glass sound. Mika smiled seeing Grace part free. The little protuberance of deformed flesh gave a wary glance at Red, Abel and the behemoth. He judged them wholly immersed in their fight. The blade of Basil's cane flashed as Mika unsheathed it and cut the remaining ropes binding Grace. Grace said, "Bless you, Mika." Grace got busy and freed her feet by snatch and kick. Mika smiled and resheathed the sword cane. He looked up at the battle and froze. Red looked directly at him. The blue smoke eyes flared. The Indians gripped tight and on the necks of the 2 albinos held between him and Abel's fire. Drool dripped from Mika's paralyzed smile. Red will kill him. There is no doubt now. Grace plunged into Kane's fight, kicking and punching the third albino. Kane noticed. Put Hellcat on that business card. Kane's close-range shooting gave them space, but there's a baker's dozen of the gray-skinned things. Too many to blast down. Constant moving and dodging to avoid the behemoth frustrated Abel's aim at Red. He glanced at Kane and Grace and saw them as losing their fight. Abel shot a couple of albino heads to help their odds. The distraction allowed an albino to slip in and tackle him. Abel almost scrambled loose, pistol whipping and kneeing his way clear. The behemoth reached in at that moment and picked them both up. Abel's arms were pinned. The behemoth used massive finger and thumb to take the albino and drop it into its undulating sphincter mouth. Helpless, Abel watched flesh and bone turned into a slurry of stew meat on the circular rows of teeth. Red said, "Crush him." The behemoth roared in obvious pain and dropped Abel. The long-lost brother landed flat on the stage. Stunned, a familiar tune poked through the fog. The tune Micah whistled also caused the albinos mobbing Grace and Kane to scream and lose interest in the attack. Grace said, "My witch whistle. Look what it does." Enraged, hurting, the behemoth lunged, leaning far over the hazard of the glowing runes. New to making certain moves, Micah stumbled as he hopped backward from the monster's outstretched hand. Micah's shrill scream replaced the whistle's tune as the hunchback was snatched off the stage. The behemoth paused a moment, letting the scream increase as its grip tightened. It used both hands to rip Basil and Micah apart like a turkey wishbone. It tossed the torn flesh yards apart into the graveyard. The bloody Micah chunk landed on a grave mound. The whistle still clutched in his single, little hand. Kane recovered the saddlebags and slapped them back over his shoulder. He opened one and fished around. "Remember this," he presented Grace's whistle. Grace took it, wide eyes lifting from it to Kane's face. Smoke rose from the cigarillo he still had in the corner of his mouth. He winked at her, kept his winking eye winced closed from the smoke and said, "Destiny." She saw the albinos behind Kane regroup and come at them. She blew the whistle and the albinos yelped, moaned, clutched their heads. The things lost their attack bloodlust and flocked away toward Red. Red released his albino shields and covered his own ears. He roared and his giant brother roared with him. So loud Red didn't hear the gunshot that hit the choke-stunned albino beside him. Abel rose to his feet, rolling his neck, shaking off the hard fall. When Red noticed him, he was looking directly down the bore of his former slave's pistol. He ducked aside but lost the chunk of ear Kane's earlier shot had left. Red re-grabbed the unshot albino. Now it's not as passive and easy to use as a shield. It squirmed and writhed from whistle agony. The behemoth wailed and dropped from sight below the stage edge. Abel circled, looking for his kill shot on Red. Grace glanced toward the graveyard, the direction Micah was thrown. She heard the other whistle, Basil's, now Micah's, whistle. Micah's big eye stared straight up into the moonlit fog, unfocused, looking like a smashed spider sprawled in an oozing heap. He took a gurgling breath and blew hard. The two whistles cause a painful harmony, more piercing but recognizable as the Locket's tune. The albinos froze stiff, like grimy gray ice. The nightmare twins of Locust and probably many other towns rotted all at once. Liquid pus boiling off to green vapors. The odorous transmogrification left Red with empty hands, wide open to Abel's deadly marksmanship. The tune changed. Grace's whistle played solo. The whistle he and his brother shared dropped from Micah's lips. He drew a wet strand of Basil's hair from his blood-filled mouth and eyed, displaying white teeth in a snarl. Abel took careful aim at Red and said, "You've never seen me smile, Red." Red looked up, raised his hands, like he meant to summon rain. The behemoth rose up behind Abel and slapped him out of sight with a sweeping blow. Abel's spinning body hit the top of the medicine show coach with bone-breaking impact. The heavy coach rocked back in spite of its set brake. Abel Kane fired a snapshot and hit Red. The impact spun the Indian off the stage. screaming at this third serious gunshot wound from Abel's detestable twin. The stage runes quit glowing. The raging behemoth became still and gave the stage a cautious poke. That quick, one-finger impact sounded like a fat man falling off a horse. There was no flash, no explosive burn. Abel opened his eyes. Shadow's eyes showed their whites. It reared and galloped toward the stage. The behemoth laid chest and arms on the stage to pull up its redwood stump legs. It straightened and roared, taking a giant step toward Grace and Kane. Kane said, "Let's go for a ride." Grace was jerked by the hand and joined Kane in a full-speed sprint on the edge of the stage. She glanced back and saw Shadow, the stubborn black horse, speeding behind them, close to passing by in a flash. Grace jumped and felt a solid collision of Kane joining her body to his in midair, arms tight wrapped around her ribs and hips. The landing contact was so gentle she thought they'd missed the horse. Grace felt the press of Kane's shirtless chest through the sheer fabric of her seductive wedding gown. She laughed at the thrill of it all and Kane also laughed. It was insane, terrifying and delicious in that moment. Shadow was all business, galloping toward the coach and Abel. Chapter 39. The lantern-covered coach coming to clear view out of the fog would have been lovely without the roar of the behemoth so close behind. Kane pushed himself up off Shadow's haunches, landed on the coach step up with one foot and vaulted onto the buckboard. Standing, he released the brake, snapped the reins on the two-man team and said, "He-ya." The terrified horses hurled the wagon forward. Kane sat down with a thump. Grace leaned into the race with the horse team, standing in the saddle stirrups, loose gown flowing behind, a black silk wraith on a black stallion, taking the lead back down the road to Locust. Kane stood again and looked back over the coach top. Directly behind them, the behemoth loped through the coach's dust. It stopped to roar and beat its chest before plunging downhill into the woods with great crashing noise, trying for a shortcut across the switchback road ahead of them. Kane also sees Abel, curled up, bouncing and sliding with the rough ride. In Abel's busted condition, it helped to be halfway into Shadow's mind rather than his own injured self. It helped a lot. "Abel, you with us hanging on, brother." Kane wanted to say more. His brother was hurt and this time he meant to save him. He had to. Shadow slowed its pace and dropped back alongside Kane. Kane's heart somehow managed an extra thump looking at Grace riding high, the rapid flow of her silks looking like black flames. Kane shouted to her, "Can you drive this rig I have? Get on. I need that horse." The black horse ran in close as soon as the words left Kane's mouth. Grace swung her rear on the saddle to face the coach's step up and handbar. She pushed off, got her foot on the step but missed the hold on the bar. For a split second she was in space and ready to meet the rushing road under her. Shadow bumped her back up and she slapped her hand tight around the bar. Grace gasped at the near fall. "That's some horse." She pulled herself next to Kane. Kane's eyes were still wide at the biggest scare he'd had in at least the last minute. He smiled at her. "Shadow and Abel teamwork. I need to steal your whistle again." Grace took it from around her neck and handed it to Kane. He put it around his neck, stepped over Grace and handed her the reins. She said, "What's the plan?" Kane leaned out on the step, ready to mount Shadow, and gave her a serious look. "Now that we've caught it, I was thinking marriage." He jumped into the saddle. Shadow took Kane's rein directions and veered to the side, falling behind the wagon. A tree crashed down, filling half the road. The wagon veered, scraping and snapping through the branches. Right behind the tree the behemoth pounded onto the road, close enough to give a powerful swat to the coach's rear. Its enormous bulk caused it to overrun the downhill charge. The swat bumped Grace enough to grab the plank seat. She gave the reins several vigorous snaps. "Dang, Jedi-up. There." The coach gained a considerable lead in the time it took the giant to halt and adjust direction. It stepped into the woods, readying a second downhill charge. After one huge step it slid to a stop and roared. Kane is blowing the whistle up the road behind it. Shadow entered the woods and headed downhill in the same direction the behemoth had started. Kane's whistling torment drew the monster into parallel pursuit, going downhill at a slant, angling to meet Kane and smash him. The back of the fleeing coach swirled the fog. The dim light of a lantern showed a figure hanging onto the coach's top rail. The behemoth's swat put Red on the back of the coach. Grace worked the reins light but ready to give commands. She gave a pull to veer to center just as a translucent albino hand clutched the buckboard on her right side. When she glanced over, the albino's white eyes were peering over the seat at her. No, she slid left to the end of the bench. Sticking up from its socket was 2 yards of pliable braided leather. An extra long riding crop bending and waving with the bumpy ride. She pulled the whip free and lashed to her right. The albino screamed, snatching at the whip as Grace delivered a frenzied blur of cutting strokes. Kane's whistle came up through the trees below, the sound carrying through the fog and night better than it would on a clear day. The last of the albinos froze in surprise. Ignoring the lash, it turned fluid and streamed off the wagon. Grace took a deep breath. "I'll see you in my dreams." Abel grimaced in pain, trying not to moan as the rough ride jarred his injuries. He gripped the top rail with both hands, trying to stay in place, his upper body positioned just above Grace. Abel's eyes went wide as he looked through his boots at the back of the coach. Red hauled himself up over the back rail. He mounted the coach's top in a crouch, holding a tomahawk in his right hand. The flaming blue eye socket steamed smoke. White fluid leaked down his chest from Kane's lung shot. "Abel, we hurt bad." Shadow reared, its mind reacting to Abel sharing his shock at seeing red. "Oh boy." Kane stopped whistling to stay in the saddle. The behemoth rushed into view behind him, limbs and brush breaking in the Titan's plowed path. A corpse white monster grub taller than some of the trees that snapped with its charge. Kane yanked the reins to focus Shadow. It leapt into a gallop with the behemoth close behind, roaring with every harsh whistle. Grace heard commotion and stood, looking over the top of the coach. Red has a handful of Abel's shirt, sitting him up to brain with the tomahawk. Grace yanked the reins to direct the coach off-road to unbalance Red. The terrain is now foothill slope, less steep and overgrown but not meant for wagon wheels. The coach bounced high and hard. Grace clung to the seat. Red went to his knees, bringing the tomahawk down enough for Abel to grab and hold it. Grace reined the horses toward a tree. Red pulled his club free and brought it back to strike. He looked up as a tree limb hit him in the face. Red's tight grip on Abel's shirt yanked him high off his butt, landing on his chest at the coach's rear. Red's tomahawk landed next to Abel's hand. In spite of intense shooting pain from bone breaks and muscle tears, Abel managed to look up. He smiled. Red hung there, his bent neck wedged into a forked branch. The behemoth howled and shuddered the moment of Red's tree collision. The shell obscuring the top part of its face cracked and fell away. Grace looked back over the top of the coach in disbelief. It worked. Ignoring the pain, Abel rolled to his side and looked back at her. "You're spoken for." Grace dropped back into the seat, grinning at Abel's question and the memory of Kane's proposal. She veered the horse team back on the road. Grace said loud enough to be heard by Abel, "This evening has been about keeping my options open." Chapter 40. Locust is on fire. Mayor Bond's stable fire spread and every building surrounding the hellhole is blazing. The medicine show coach cut through the fog toward town center. The fires made it a silhouette studded with yellow lantern lights. Kane rode through a tight spot between big trees. The spot got a lot broader across as the behemoth snapped and uprooted those trees a moment later. The whistle sound is constant. The behemoth's skin has turned runny in places and shows oozing cracks. Kane urged greater speed from the horse. He leaned down, talking to Shadow the same way he would to Buck. Get ready for a big jump, boy. They came to a deep gully and Shadow jumped, landing next to the abandoned, overgrown wagon. The area where Cain and Abel had their reunion fight. The horse climbed the opposite rise before Cain turned it to face the jumped gully. The ruined wagon's insect-shaped illusion reformed in the fog. Cain used the whistle and got an angry roar in reply. The behemoth broke through undergrowth and pitched forward when it stepped on empty air, slamming its face into the abandoned wagon on the opposing side. Always good to know the lay of the land. The glassy insect shell over the behemoth's face fell away. Splintered wooden planks from the smashed wagon are stuck deep in its face. The revealed upper face is reds, done on a giant scale but with a melted wax distortion to the twin features. Lordy, hard to believe, but your brother got the looks. It was mad before. Now its rage burst from it in ground-shaking blows obliterating the derelict wagon. Cain lit a cigarillo. He put the whistle back to his mouth, using the air producing the tune to fan the cigar ember. The behemoth gave a tremendous sustained roar that made Cain flinch. Cain touched the cigar to a fuse sticking out of the saddlebag slung across Shadow's neck. He hoisted the bags and pulled them back to throw. He glanced back for an instant, seeing the fuse sputter, checking his grip, before focusing back at his target. A wagon wheel is bouncing off the ground, hurtling straight at him. The spinning wheel gave him a hard, glancing blow upward into his left side. The impact knocked Cain from the saddle. The dynamite bags tore loose and spun away. Cain hit the hillside and saw stars. Stunned helpless, he rolled and slid down the hill toward the behemoth. Abel gripped his head in his hands, eyes shut in concentration. His mind departed his hurt self and filled that of his old companion. Shadow shook its mane reacting to Abel's contact. They see the saddlebags on the ground, smoke rising from the burning fuse. Shadow chomped a hold of the saddlebags and raised its head, turned tight and moved fast. Cain rolled, shook his head and looked up at what he knows will be his last sight. A night sky filled with the behemoth poised to hammer down its huge fist. Shadow leaped over Cain and hit the giant monster with a crossbody impact to its middle. Hit with all the mass of a leaping horse. The monster grunted, rocked back and sat down, sliding downhill to the gully's center. Its blocking impact caused Shadow to land on its rump and roll to its back, saddlebags still held in its mouth. He began to get his legs back under him when a giant hand reached down and raised the horse off the ground by its head. A sudden whipping motion of the monster's wrist snapped Shadow's neck with a loud crack. Cain cursed, "Damn it all." Abel slapped his hands over his face. The behemoth pulled its arm back to throw the dead horse at Cain. The dynamite in the saddlebags exploded with a tremendous blast. Shadow's body landed next to most of the behemoth's forearm and hand. The monster's amputated arm putrefied and disappeared with the stink of a dozen dead albinos. The behemoth was laid out on its side. It stood back up, shaking, singed black on the right side of its red-twinned face. Cain drew his .44 and fired 6 shots into the creature. It cringed from the impact but didn't roar. The monster looked at Cain with a weird, childlike sadness etched in its partial red likeness. It clutched a gigantic, bleeding stump in its remaining hand. The maimed creature turned and stumbled downhill toward Locust and the hole it came from. Cain finished reloading and discovered he'd lost Destiny's whistle. He patted about his belt, found one stick of dynamite tucked behind his holster. It was too dark to waste time trying to find the whistle, favoring the leg hit by the wagon wheel. Cain hitched along, walking instead of running. In seconds he was well behind the wounded monster. He stopped and looked around at his situation. Reality said, on foot was the only way back. Cain put his fingers in the corners of his mouth and gave a sharp whistle before resuming the painful walk. Damn, damn, damn. Cursing every step on the hurt leg, Cain stuck his fingers in his mouth to try whistling again. He used the whistle air intake to shout, "Hallelujah," as Buck busted through some brush next to him. "Buck, you just earned oats and corn for life," he mounted and said, "and maybe an apple or two." They raced after the creature. Chapter 41. Grace drove the coach onto the opera stage that Locust had become. A black night lit with the glaring light of fire and sparks, seen through an atmosphere of smoke, fog and whatever vapor the whole added. The rough, off-road treatment the wagon took in jolting red to his fate took its toll. A front wheel fell off as Grace turned the team toward the fire-engulfed City Hall. The axle dropped and dug in. Lit lanterns came loose and scattered on the ground as the coach spun to a tilted stop. Grace whirled loose from the buckboard and absorbed the ground impact with a somersault. Fine as the silk that flowed with her acrobat movement. A lit lantern rolled by her head. She propped herself up to look back at the coach that ejected her. The coach's hinge stage dropped down. The angle made the footlight end hit the road with a boom. The two-horse team, already spooked by fire, jerked their rigging loose at the big boom. They disappeared with a clatter of galloping hooves. Goodness sakes, aren't we the lucky ones? Abel looked out over the top edge of the tilted coach. I guess if you're feeling lucky, you're alright. Grace got up and hurried over to the coach, climbing the familiar ladder onto the angled roof where Abel lay. "Oh Abel, you're badly hurt aren't you? I'm twisted and broke in a few spots I shouldn't be, and you're bleeding." The front of Abel's shirt is bloodstained. Grace gave the bloodstain a quick, light touch. Abel said, "Yeah, open that blouse." Grace took a chunk of the saloon mirror from inside Abel's shirt. "I'm in pieces and that thing doesn't have a crack." "Oh my." Grace is horrified at her tangled reflection in the mirror. Abel laughed until the pain stopped him. "First time I've laughed in 10 years and it hurt like hell." Abel is in love with Grace as much as Kane at this point. "Set that down and take this." Abel feebly lifted Red's tomahawk and she took it. Abel took a breath and pointed at the tomahawk. "Use that on every bottle of that potion in the wagon." Grace said. "What for? Ed needs it to heal." "Hell, he needs it to live. But he's dead." Abel said. "I hope he can die. Smash it all up and then we'll light it. We have to move you." Abel grinned at her concern. "Yeah, before we set it afire." He gave a closed mouth groan with a small shift. "But I don't want moving until I got her." "Go ahead." Grace backed down the ladder to the tilted stage, tomahawk in hand. A padlocked cabinet sat behind the rear curtain. She clubbed the lock and broke the hasp. Arrayed in the cabinet are 10 levels of McAvee's mist, socketed tight into a rack built for the bottles. Grace started swinging and breaking bottles with the gratifying chime of busting glass. The work went quick. The elixir flowed like leaking blood out the cabinet, across the tilted stage. Grace stepped back, slipped on the wet footing, caught her balance and pushed her mussed hair back out of her face. "Hugh, this stuff'll knock you down." Grace heard the behemoth roar. She placed it coming from the outskirts of town. Too close. Grace turned to look in the direction of the roar and Red is right behind her. She screamed. The demon wasn't dead. Grace swung the tomahawk but Red caught her hand and stripped the club from her. He held her struggling body in a brutal grip. Red's neck is broken. The head tilts off to the side of a lump in his neck, but the blue witch light still glowed in his eye sockets. The ugly hole in his chest leaks a bubbling froth of white fluid. Grace remembered what Abel said. Maybe this creature can't die. Smoke belched from Red's mouth. Yee Red hoisted Grace, just as he had at the horse trough fight, and tossed her backward. She landed, dazed, on top of broken glass. Red bent at the knees and picked his club off the wet stage. He sucked some elixir off his fingers as he shambled toward Grace. Red reached down with a halting, back pain mindfulness. He got a handful of Grace's hair and yanked her off her back to her seat, positioning his conscripted bride for a death blow. Grace regained consciousness and screamed at the same time. Abel dropped off the top of the coach and landed on Red's back. Abel slapped his forearm across Red's mouth and pulled his wrist back for a tight cross-face hold, inflicting as much pain to Red's broken neck as possible. The savage demon's neck crunched out loud. The blue light from his eyes dimmed, peering out over Abel's torturing face lock. The blue fire then left Red's eyes entirely. Abel held the mirror chunk in front of Red's face. The Indian creature spun to his left, back to his right, trying to dislodge Abel. Red aimed tomahawk strikes over his shoulder at Abel and landed a couple of solid hits. Abel had to jerk the mirror out of the club's way as Red tried to smash it. Grace saw something glint in the air, flying away from Abel. It hit the slope of the stage and bounced on the ground. It was her sister's locket. She went down the stage face first in a sliding dive. She snatched the locket, rolled and stood. She snapped it open. The tune is much louder than she remembers. Red's spinning became wild. The violent, terrified movement of a trapped animal. Kane and the behemoth arrived on the outskirts of town. Almost tied. Kane and Buck working for the lead. Red managed to smash the mirror to pieces. A long shard of the mirror spun away and stuck upright in the ground. Red swung Abel hard and flipped him off his back where he slammed into Grace. The two went down in a tangle, screaming in locket tune agony. Red raised the tomahawk and came at the two. Grace stood and jumped sideways away from Abel. The demon Indian walked past Abel, focused on Grace and the locket. With a guttural growl, Red sprang. Abel kicked out with a broken leg, the shin bending at a rubbery angle as it tripped Red. The Indian pitched down and landed on his face. He labored out, rising back to his feet, dropping his club. The mirror shard is buried deep in his eye. With her mouth open, Grace watched as Red's skin wrinkled up prune-like. Quick as the flash of his old fire breath trick, she heard a steam hiss and under that a sound like the rustle and crunch of a starched wedding gown. The dried up husk craned its skeletal head back, looking up at the flame-lit smoke with an unseeing stare. Then the walking corpse collapsed, a puppet with cut strings. The maimed behemoth reacted to Red's mortal blow by flopping and tumbling into a big tree. It gave Kane the lead. He was well clear of the monster, racing toward Grace and the wagon, when a large tree limb spun over his head. It landed in front of Buck and caused him to spill. Kane was flung out flat but managed a sideways log roll landing. Grace went to Abel, kneeling down, touching his head. Kane's tumble had brought him close enough to run over to Grace and his brother in a few yards of hopping run. He was passing the tumble down of Red's body with bare notice, then jerked his head back for another look as he recognized what it was. Looking up, he also sees the behemoth is back on its feet. It's mad, trying to swat or grab Buck with its good arm. Kane shook his head in disbelief. Buck is no shadow, but it's doing exactly what he'd tell it to do. Distract the monster. The horse stays out of the monster's grasp with the quick-cut agility of a border collie. Dirt flying from its hooves with every reversed move. Kane picked Abel up and slung him over his shoulders. Abel moaned. "Careful. He's badly hurt," Grace said. She placed one hand on Abel's head and one hand on Kane's arm. "We're getting you out of here, brother." Kane used the two-fingered mouth whistle. Buck galloped over and Kane backed up to put the horse between him and Grace. He flopped Abel across the saddle. "Stick to that stirrup, girl." Grace stuck a foot in the stirrup and grabbed a handful of Buck's mane. Kane did the same thing on the other side. Yo. Buck shot away with a leap from his powerful back legs just as the enraged behemoth sprang, sliding its titan body out flat, man-length fingers clutching empty air. It slid, piled into the coach like a landslide, almost sending the wagon into the hole. The behemoth gripped the coach and erupted upright with anger, pain-fed speed. It hoisted the coach over its head with its stump and good hand, ready to heave it and crush the three on horseback. A couple of bathtubs worth of the tonic splashed and streamed over its head. Kane saw it all in a flash. He wasn't yet so beaten down that his rattle or quick reflexes had left him. Kane dropped from the stirrup, slid, grabbed up a lantern by the handle, spun and heaved it without looking. It mashed dead center on the coach's McAfee logo. The tonic-soaked behemoth's upper body instantly ignited, turning into a ball of fire exploding out in a blast of searing heat. The monster burned. It writhed and dropped the flaming wagon on the back of its head. The ground quaked as it roared and jumped in agonized circles. Flaming chunks of the smashed coach scattered in all directions. Kane dodged aside as a fireball of spinning debris whistled past his head. The Titan's pain-frenzied dance took it too close to the hole. The edge crumbled and it pitched back. It waved its arms for balance. The undulation made enormous whooshing sounds as it fanned its blazing limbs. The behemoth's legs and belly plunged into the hole. Its stump arm caught the hole's edge and stopped the fall. Its good forearm slammed down next to the stump as it hauled its flaming head and shoulders back up to edge level. Kane thought, "Hell's own bonfire." From the back of his gun belt, Kane pulled out the last stick of dynamite. He pinched the nub of short fuse to draw it out a fraction. "Get back in your hole." Kane dived, throwing the dynamite sidearm. He was flat, arms over his head when the dynamite bullseyed the monster's mouth. The violent explosion blew the monster's head out to the size of a hot air balloon. Quick as a balloon pops, it dropped from sight. Its one hand still clutched the edge with a death grip. The tremendous weight on the giant claw crumbled the earth under it like a steam shovel. The molten monster tumbled into the bottomless void. Kane saw its firelight quickly fade to black on the hole's far side. It was dead and gone, leaving nothing behind but an enormous gangrene stench. Kane stood. All his injuries in the past hour seemed to settle into one gigantic ache. He felt like he was 100 years old. Then something much older slapped his bare shoulder. Kane spun and a mummified stick figure of red is there. Tomahawk raised. The chunk of mirror still in his eye. Kane's forehead gave a burning twinge at the sight of the tomahawk that had scarred him 10 years ago. 10 years of nightmares ago. Both Red's hands dropped. The tomahawk bounced on the ground as he stumbled away toward the hole. Smoke poured off his dried jerky flesh, boiling away the final layer of skin down to the skeleton. Kane isn't surprised to see the skeleton resembles nothing human. The twisted, hole-riddled armature that was under Ed's Indian form crumbled and changed to oily smoke before any of the crumbles hit the ground. The mirror fell and broke into small pieces. Kane took a half step and kicked the tomahawk. It spun end over end into the hole. Kane limped in the direction Buck had taken his loved ones. Grace met him with the inert form of Abel still folded across the saddle. Grace helped Kane pull his limp brother off Buck and lower him to the ground. Kane knelt and held Abel in his arms. He put his head next to his brother's and squeezed his eyes shut to stop tears. Grace knelt, feeling helpless to give comfort to either of the fierce young men that had fought for her, saved and loved her. Another large quake shook Locust. The ground heaved. Most of the flame-gutted buildings went down in spark-erupting piles. Buck snorted and bolted away. Cracks formed around the hole and earth tumbled in. It became a rumbling dirt cataract, an enormous diameter hourglass filling in the black hole. The leading edge of the expanding cave-in ran under the three young people. The exhausted survivors couldn't resist the landslide. They slid to a stop in a yard's-wide bowl shape, sitting on the solid ground now filling the hole's center. The first rays of the sun lit the dust and smoke. Grace and Kane leaned against each other looking at the sunrise. Kane held his brother around the shoulder, hugging Abel's motionless head to his chest. Chapter 42. The mammoth stone stage with its glowing symbols had vanished from Boot Hill. There were enough bagrok chucks laying around to indicate the stage might not have been swallowed whole, likely going to pieces in the crushing grip of another quake. Grace and Kane stand with their arms around each other, listening to the sounds of dirt being shuffled. They watch as two sweaty men tamp down loose dirt with the back of their shovels, a finishing touch on the mound of the grave they had just filled. The two men share an ill mood, easy to read in their glance at one another as they turned around to look at Kane and Grace. The biggest, sweatiest and meanest looking gravedigger spoke to Kane. "Not like we ain't got other things to do. Who's paying for this? I am." The voice came from a tented wagon. The tent top fluttered. Inside, Abel ran a hand over his bare head. The flesh is normal and sports a thick stubble of new-grown blonde hair. Both legs and one arm are in plaster casts, but his keen eyes reveal he's on the mend. The big gravedigger walked his foul mood over to Abel. "Your idea to bury a horse, it was a bet." The gravedigger stood close to Abel, scanning the prone youth's broken up state with the bully's appraisal that he was the strong and he was looking at the weak. "A bet," he said, like there had better be more to it than that. Abel handed him money, that I could find someone dumb enough to do it. The gravedigger locked his angriest glower onto Abel's steady gaze. It gave him a start. He wasn't going to intimidate the man behind those eyes. He looked over at Kane, the one with his arm around the pretty girl. He didn't start to think about buffaloing that one. "I lost," Kane said, reminding the gravedigger about the dumb enough bet. The deflated gravedigger turned and folded the money into his overall pocket. His partner held both shovels in their coats. The big man vented his anger by yanking his coat from the smaller man. The other gravedigger smirked at the big one's back and they both walked away. Kane and Grace walked over to Abel's wagon. Kane said, "You leaving? You'll be howling every time a wheel bounces out of a hole." Abel said, "I'm free, brother. I'm like Grace. That's the only thing that matters." Abel raised his unbroken arm up and pointed his thumb behind him. "I'm headed for Boston to heal. I hear there's a good-looking rich lady lives there." Grace smiled. "Abel, even if you get Chastity interested." "Oh, she'll be interested. An hombre that looks just like the one she hired to find her Hellcat sister. She'll be very interested. Do you want to be controlled by someone? That's what will happen. I'm just what your sister needs. I will never be controlled again." Grace shook her head but she grinned. Abel turned his attention to Kane. "Got something for you here." Abel handed him a map that Kane studied. "Wedding present." "What's this a map to?" "Well, it's a map to where it shows Arizona, middle of nowhere. When you get there, do a little digging and you'll find Easy Street." Grace leaned over Kane's arm to look close and then looked up at Abel with joy twinkling in her eyes. "Treasure map, yeah. Treasure that Indian, or whatever he really was, got from somewhere in time. Bigger part of what I did was big trips to dip into that." Abel looked sly at Kane to let him know there was more, and other remote spots around the desert country. Kane gave a half smile. He knew no treasure could be worth the 10 years his brother had lived through, but another part of him thought, money, no getting around it being welcome. Abel waved his hand and finished explaining. "I'd bung portions back to the troop as needed." Grace said, "It's why I never saw you." Abel looked at her with loving eyes and said, "Yeah, otherwise I would have seen you first." Grace leaned in and kissed Abel. "I'm not jealous," Kane said. Grace and Abel knew he was lying and broke the kiss. Abel waved a final time with his good arm, propped up, looking out the wagon's rear, already too far away for Kane and Grace to see in detail. The driver was hired to take it slow going until the closest railhead. Abel opened the locket. The tune played a note or two and quit. He'd apologized to Chastity for it but he knew it would never play again. Just like the lost whistles. He looked up and Grace and his brother disappeared as the wagon curved down the hill on the wooded road. Kane said, "Where do we want to go to spend our wealth?" Grace said, "Frisco, good choice. Frisco it is." They looked at the map. "Are you sure you can read this map?" Kane said. "You haven't seen nearly all my talents." "Like what like?" Kane lowered the map and pulled Grace around to face him. Knowing when a lady wants to be kissed, they kissed. Grace touched Kane's face. You know what? I like you better in a beard. The end.